Let's build a digital future that is secure, sustainable, and protects people's rights. Since December 2020, the European Union, EU, and its member states have joined forces through the Digital for Development D4D Hub to strengthen international partnerships and support a human-centric digital transformation. The D4D Hub pools Team Europe's expertise and resources to support partners in Africa, Latin America, and the Caribbean, Asia Pacific, and the EU neighboring countries, driving real, lasting change for people and the planet. As a key mechanism of the EU's Global Gateway Strategy, the D4D Hub coordinates actions for increased impact. It is a platform for incubating initiatives, boosting digital investments, and fostering dialogue and collaboration among governments, financial institutions, businesses, civil society, and academia. The D4D Hub delivers results. For example, helping entrepreneurs scale green innovations, connecting people through secure and resilient infrastructure, empowering women in ICT leadership, and supporting governments to protect their citizens against cyber threats. By working closely with our global partners, we can create a shared vision for digital transformation, one that empowers, connects, and uplifts everyone. Join us.
En Ingenio, contribuimos al desarrollo y crecimiento de emprendimientos con alto grado de innovación. Somos la incubadora de empresas de base tecnológica del LATU. Llevamos más de 20 años impulsando el avance del ecosistema emprendedor uruguayo y su conexión con el mundo, brindando las capacidades fundamentales que permiten a los emprendedores alcanzar sus objetivos de negocio de forma sostenible en los principales sectores productivos del Uruguay. En Ingenio, los emprendedores se nutren y crecen de la mano de consultores y mentores expertos en áreas clave para el crecimiento de negocios. Acceden a infraestructura de valor. Forman parte de una exclusiva red de contactos. Reciben apoyo para acceder a fondos de inversión privados, así como también a programas de financiación locales e internacionales. Vinculamos a los emprendedores con referentes de la industria, facilitando el acceso a recursos de alto valor, asistiéndolos en la identificación de oportunidades, la consolidación de sus propuestas de negocio, la apertura de mercados, el levantamiento de capital y la internacionalización. De la mano de redes locales y socios estratégicos internacionales, promovemos la realización de actividades y programas líderes que vinculan y fortalecen al ecosistema emprendedor nacional. Las empresas incubadas en Ingenio son parte de una comunidad activa de aprendizaje y vinculación, conformada por aquellos emprendedores graduados que devuelven a las nuevas generaciones el apoyo y asistencia que una vez recibieron. Ingenio, la comunidad de innovación tecnológica donde las startups crecen.
Innovation is key. This is why innovation is everywhere. And we are where innovation is. It is in what we eat, in where we work, in the city and the countryside. This is an ecosystem with a thriving synergy between businesses, technology, education, and entrepreneurs. From here, we project across the entire country. In LATU, we have been working along with Uruguayans for over half a century for industries to achieve the highest quality standards. We improve through research. We address the various needs of small and large businesses. We understand that innovation creates opportunities, that science can be fun, and that it helps us to understand the world. We play a part in the strengthening of our industries by supporting them from the beginning. We look after what belongs to all of us, committing to current challenges. We advance and make change happen. This is how we open Uruguay's door to the world. We continue to explore new paths to the future, to explore it together. We are LATU.
El Made in Uruguay innova, sorprende y avanza. Somos el segundo productor de energías limpias del mundo y creemos que el futuro energético está en la movilidad eléctrica y el hidrógeno verde. Liderando en energías renovables, lograremos la neutralidad en emisiones de carbono en 2050.
Fuimos los primeros en el mundo en darle a cada niño en la escuela su laptop.
Somos el mayor exportador de software per cápita de la región.
Lideramos en e-government en la región e integramos el D9.
Ahora se escucha. Perfecto. Buen día,
Tenemos la mayor
bienvenidos.
cobertura de
Así que
fibra
la
óptica y
distancia está
telefonía
bien,
de la
no te
región.
vas a acercar más.
Estamos avanzando en 5G y en producción
Bienvenidos a la
sostenible y
sexta
tecnologías
edición
de
del
bajas
Foro de
emisiones
Innovación Europea
para
en Uruguay,
desarrollar la economía
Conexión
circular
Digitales
y
sin
la
Fronteras.
industria 4.0.
Nuestro sistema emprendedor en tecnologías de la información tiene más de 30 años. Sabre, BAS, Merck, como muchas otras empresas, han elegido la UI para establecer su jab de negocios. Volkswagen eligió a Uruguay para lanzar su auto eléctrico en América Latina, a la vez que el unicornio uruguayo D-Local bate récords en Wall Street. Desarrollamos y testeamos los videojuegos más populares del planeta. Producimos satélites que están en órbita o sofisticados dispositivos médicos. Organizamos el primer mundial de robótica y subimos al podio. Producimos mucho conocimiento científico. Le sacamos el jugo a nuestros cerebros.
Desde hace 30 años, Uruguay viene plantando millones de árboles para desarrollar una industria forestal de forma sustentable y armoniosa con el entorno. Cuidando la biodiversidad, esta actividad se complementa con la producción ganadera, capturando gases de efecto invernadero. Mientras todo esto pasa, nuestros bosques nativos crecen cada año, porque somos amigos de la naturaleza.
Evolucionamos el Made in Nature para producir las mejores carnes del mundo. Fuimos pioneros en desplegar un sistema de trazabilidad que nos permite identificar y seguir a cada uno de nuestros 12 millones de vacunos, que son el fruto de una evolución genética única. Con 400 años de historia, llevamos al mundo alimentos de calidad, carnes, pescados, soja, malta, arroz, citrus, trigo, lácteos y vinos multipremiados.
Somos tan disruptivos que le vendemos caviar a Rusia, café a Colombia, aceite de oliva a España y ratones genéticamente modificados a Japón. Criamos caballos de película, producimos cueros para autos de alta gama y lanas y textiles que terminan con Greta en la tapa de Vogue o en las vidrieras de Chanel, Chloe o Stella McCartney.
Nuestra creatividad nos permite exportar diseño en moda, arquitectura, gráfica y joyería. Nuestro talento y paisajes se reflejan en series y films que producimos para Amazon, Netflix, Disney, HBO o Sony. Uno de los Stones le regaló una loop guitar uruguaya a sus hijas para que aprendieran. El Made in Uruguay te deja eléctrico.
Tenemos actitud y pienso. Y estamos decididos. Es nuestro tiempo. Es el momento de Uruguay. Un país con escala humana. Creativo, trabajador, serio, relajado, que respira libertad en cada esquina
Y que conquista el mundo con cada producto y servicio de calidad que producimos.
Unusual, free. Test Uruguay.
The Latin America and Caribbean Cyber Competence Center, LACFO, is the training and knowledge hub for sharing expertise in cybersecurity and cybercrime. As a flagship initiative of the European Union funded EU CyberNet project, LACFO facilitates practical cybersecurity collaboration between the LAC region and the EU, along with other like-minded partners. With premises in Santo Domingo, Dominican Republic, complemented by 4 virtual sub-hubs of each corner of this vast region, LAC4 helps countries to build national and regional cybersecurity ecosystems based on the principles of an open, free, secure, and inclusive cyberspace. We organize diverse cyber capacity building activities across the whole LAC region in promoting cyber awareness, strategy and regulations, strengthening cyber diplomacy and technical capacities for more efficient incident handling and cyber crisis management. Every year, LAC4 hosts a regional conference, Cyber Week at LAC4, and CSIRT Symposium, Oktoberfest. These events bring together cybersecurity practitioners across the whole region to discuss latest cybersecurity developments and foster cooperation. Come on board as a participant nation and let's join our forces for a more cybersecure and resilient LAC region.
Cuando algo nace, pasan muchas cosas al mismo tiempo. Es un gran cruce de caminos. En este caso, se cruzaron la imaginación con las ganas, la visión con la creatividad, el diseño con la idea de red. Pero sobre todo, se cruzó la intención de potenciar la innovación con la manera de ser de un país. Uruguay es innovación, está en sus genes. Por eso, UMASI llega para consolidar un país basado en el conocimiento sostenible que tenga como faro el mundo. Llega para catalizar ese gran ecosistema de investigación e innovación y así generar más valor agregado, diversificar la matriz productiva y generar empleos de calidad. Bienvenido, UMASI. Uruguay innova.
Let's build a digital future that is secure, sustainable, and protects people's rights. Since December 2020, the European Union, EU, and its member states have joined forces through the Digital for Development D4D Hub to strengthen international partnerships and support a human-centric digital transformation. The D4D Hub pools Team Europe's expertise and resources to support partners in Africa, Latin America, and the Caribbean, Asia Pacific, and the EU neighboring countries, driving real, lasting change for people and the planet. As a key mechanism of the EU's Global Gateway Strategy, the D4D Hub coordinates actions for increased impact. It is a platform for incubating initiatives, boosting digital investments, and fostering dialogue and collaboration among governments, financial institutions, businesses, civil society, and academia. The D4D Hub delivers results. For example, helping entrepreneurs scale green innovations, connecting people through secure and resilient infrastructure, empowering women in ICT leadership, and supporting governments to protect their citizens against cyber threats. By working closely with our global partners, we can create a shared vision for digital transformation, one that empowers, connects, and uplifts everyone. Join us.
En Ingenio, contribuimos al desarrollo y crecimiento de emprendimientos con alto grado de innovación. Somos la incubadora de empresas de base tecnológica del LATU. Llevamos más de 20 años impulsando el avance del ecosistema emprendedor uruguayo y su conexión con el mundo, brindando las capacidades fundamentales que permiten a los emprendedores alcanzar sus objetivos de negocio de forma sostenible en los principales sectores productivos del Uruguay. En Ingenio, los emprendedores se nutren y crecen de la mano de consultores y mentores expertos en áreas clave para el crecimiento de negocios. Acceden a infraestructura de valor. Forman parte de una exclusiva red de contactos. Reciben apoyo para acceder a fondos de inversión privados, así como también a programas de financiación locales e internacionales. Vinculamos a los emprendedores con referentes de la industria, facilitando el acceso a recursos de alto valor, asistiéndolos en la identificación de oportunidades, la consolidación de sus propuestas de negocio, la apertura de mercados, el levantamiento de capital y la internacionalización. De la mano de redes locales y socios estratégicos internacionales, promovemos la realización de actividades y programas líderes que vinculan y fortalecen al ecosistema emprendedor nacional. Las empresas incubadas en Ingenio son parte de una comunidad activa de aprendizaje y vinculación, conformada por aquellos emprendedores graduados que devuelven a las nuevas generaciones el apoyo y asistencia que una vez recibieron. Ingenio, la comunidad de innovación tecnológica donde las startups crecen.
Innovation is key. This is why innovation is everywhere. And we are where innovation is. It is in what we eat, in where we work, in the city and the countryside. This is an ecosystem with a thriving synergy between businesses, technology, education, and entrepreneurs. From here, we project across the entire country. In LATU, we have been working along with Uruguayans for over half a century for industries to achieve the highest quality standards. We improve through research. We address the various needs of small and large businesses. We understand that innovation creates opportunities, that science can be fun, and that it helps us to understand the world. We play a part in the strengthening of our industries by supporting them from the beginning. We look after what belongs to all of us, committing to current challenges. We advance and make change happen. This is how we open Uruguay's door to the world. We continue to explore new paths to the future, to explore it together. We are LATU.
El Made in Uruguay innova, sorprende y avanza. Somos el segundo productor de energías limpias del mundo y creemos que el futuro energético está en la movilidad eléctrica y el hidrógeno verde. Liderando en energías renovables, lograremos la neutralidad en emisiones de carbono en 2050.
Fuimos los primeros en el mundo en darle a cada niño en la escuela su laptop.
Somos el mayor exportador de software per cápita de la región.
Lideramos en e-government en la región e integramos el D9. Tenemos la mayor cobertura de fibra óptica y telefonía de la región. Estamos avanzando en 5G y en producción sostenible y tecnologías de bajas emisiones para desarrollar la economía circular y la industria 4.0.
Nuestro sistema emprendedor en tecnologías de la información tiene más de 30 años. Sabre, VAS, Merck, como muchas otras empresas, han elegido la UI para establecer su jab de negocios. Volkswagen eligió a Uruguay para lanzar su auto eléctrico en América Latina, a la vez que el unicornio uruguayo T-Local bate récords en Wall Street. Desarrollamos y testeamos los videojuegos más populares del planeta. Producimos satélites que están en órbita o sofisticados dispositivos médicos. Organizamos el primer mundial de robótica y subimos al podio. Producimos mucho conocimiento científico. Le sacamos el jugo a nuestros cerebros.
Desde hace 30 años, Uruguay viene plantando millones de árboles para desarrollar una industria forestal de forma sustentable y armoniosa con el entorno. Cuidando la biodiversidad, esta actividad se complementa con la producción ganadera, capturando gases de efecto invernadero. Mientras todo esto pasa, nuestros bosques nativos crecen cada año, porque somos amigos de la naturaleza.
Evolucionamos el Made in Nature para producir las mejores carnes del mundo. Fuimos pioneros en desplegar un sistema de trazabilidad que nos permite identificar y seguir a cada uno de nuestros 12 millones de vacunos, que son el fruto de una evolución genética única. Con 400 años de historia, llevamos al mundo alimentos de calidad, carnes, pescados, soja, malta, arroz, citrus, trigo, lácteos y vinos multipremiados.
Somos tan disruptivos que le vendemos caviar a Rusia, café a Colombia, aceite de oliva a España y ratones genéticamente modificados a Japón. Criamos caballos de película, producimos cueros para autos de alta gama y lanas y textiles que terminan con Greta en la tapa de Vogue o en las vidrieras de Chanel, Chloe o Stella McCartney.
Nuestra creatividad nos permite exportar diseño en moda, arquitectura, gráfica y joyería. Nuestro talento y paisajes se reflejan en series y films que producimos para Amazon, Netflix, Disney, HBO o Sony. Uno de los Stones le regaló una loop guitar uruguaya a sus hijas para que aprendieran. El Made in Uruguay te deja eléctrico.
Tenemos actitud y pienso. Y estamos decididos. Es nuestro tiempo. Es el momento de Uruguay. Un país con escala humana. Creativo, trabajador, serio, relajado, que respira libertad en cada esquina
y que conquista el mundo con cada producto y servicio de calidad que producimos.
Unusual, free, test Uruguay.
The Latin America and Caribbean Cyber Competence Center, LAC4, is the training and knowledge hub for sharing expertise in cybersecurity and cybercrime. As a flagship initiative of the European Union-funded EU CyberNet project, LAC4 facilitates practical cybersecurity collaboration between the LAC region and the EU, along with other like-minded partners. With premises in Santo Domingo, Dominican Republic,
Muy buenos días. Muy bienvenidos.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome.
Les agradecemos que vayan tomando asiento para
Thank you very much for
esta primera
settling
jornada.
down so we
Bienvenidos
can
a
start
todos.
with this first day. Welcome, everyone.
Y en especial, ahora sí, de forma formal, les doy la bienvenida.
Formally, I'd like to welcome you to this 6th European Investment Forum in Uruguay, Digital Connection Without Borders.
Soy Soledad Ortega.
I am Soledad Ortega. It's a great honor to receive you today, both personally and also online by the YouTube channel of Uruguay of the European Union. This 6th edition of the forum will be developed in 2 days. Today we have this conference and tomorrow we have a roundtable with conferences. The main topic of this forum are digital policies, both in the European Union and in Uruguay, as well as the investment opportunities in areas such as digital commerce, digital financial services, artificial intelligence, and cybersecurity. The European Union and Uruguay share a common vision in the digital sphere, reflecting their close relationship in the business commercial and investment fields that they've had for many years. The European Union is a key trading partner for Uruguay and the country's largest investor. We have about 600 European companies operating in the country. Europe accounts for 46% of foreign investment stock in 2024 in Uruguay. In the digital field, these ties are also very strong. As we will see today, both the European Union and Uruguay share a common vision of digital convergence and are working to strengthen it. I would also like to thank the organizers of this event, in particular the European Union in Uruguay within the framework of its Global Gateway strategy, and LATU, which has provided us with this magnificent auditorium. We would also like to point out the support of the Euro Chamber of Uruguay, the Chamber of Information and Communication Technologies Companies in Uruguay, CUTI, the Digital Economy Chamber of Uruguay, CEDU, Uruguay 21, Uruguay Innova, and the Agency for Electronic Government and Information and Knowledge Society, AGESIC. You may find information about the event on the social media accounts of the organizing institutions. And if you would like to comment on this event on your social media accounts, you may use the hashtag @UENUruguay. The forum has simultaneous interpretation into English and into Spanish and is being streamed in both languages on YouTube. The interpretation devices are available at the entrance. So anyone who needs these devices, they will be provided, as I said, at the entrance. And for those interested, the recording will be available on the YouTube channel of the Delegation of the European Union in Uruguay. Without further ado, we shall begin this activity by inviting the following speakers on stage. And they will give you some welcoming words. So please approach the stage Petros Macro Michalis, Ambassador of the European Union to Uruguay. We will also have Lucila Arbolella, President of the Technological Laboratory of Uruguay, Andrés Burgui, President of the Uruguayan Euro Chamber, Pablo Ciris, Head of Telecommunication and Audiovisual Services of the Ministry of Industry, Energy and Mining of Uruguay, and Valeria Zuccassi, Deputy Secretary of Foreign Affairs of Uruguay. Thank you very much for being here. So, one by one, you will have your time for the welcoming words of this sixth forum. So, firstly, we would like to invite the Ambassador of the European Union to Uruguay, Pedro Macro Michalis. The floor is yours. Thank you very much. Undersecretary of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Valeria Zuccassi, President of the Technological Laboratory of Uruguay, Lucila Arbolella, Mr. Pablo Ciris, Director of the Ministry of Industry, Energy and Mining, and Andrés Burgui, President of the Uruguayan Euro Chamber of Uruguay. Ambassadors, authorities, ladies and gentlemen, and dear friends. The secret of the change is to focus all the energy not to fight against what is old, but to work for the new things. With this statement by Socrates, I'd like to start with my speech today, because it includes the vision that we have today to look towards the future. 3 months after I have arrived to Uruguay, I am very pleased to celebrate the 6th edition of the Investment Forum in Uruguay under the title Digital Connection Without Barriers. The connections between the European Union and Uruguay have lots of history. We have strengthened the investment and trade ties between these two regions. Since 2017, these meetings have been the pillar for the development of dialogue and cooperations between business people and stakeholders of both continents. In previous editions, we explored opportunities of the sector, such as the forestry sector, services, and renewable energies. Each forum has showed us the depth and bonds between the regions in these activity sectors. Uruguay is a key destination and a partner for our investments. The European Union is the main investor in the country, with 46% of the investment, of the foreign investment, direct foreign investment. We have about 600 European companies that are operating locally in all the key sectors of activity. These figures show us the reliability that we have with Uruguay as a strategic partner in what has to do with innovation and technology. Today's topic, digital connection, is especially important in our relationship with Latin America and particularly with Uruguay. Digitalization transforms markets and it also transforms societies. It increases competitiveness, opens new markets, forges innovations, and improves the public services and both the private services as well. It's an engine for the economic development and social development. Together, we can take advantage of these opportunities and face the opportunities brought by digitalization. For example, artificial intelligence offers many benefits, but also poses different regulatory challenges. And cybersecurity also demands a tight coordination between companies and governments to protect infrastructures that are critical to guarantee the reliability of users. The European Union acknowledges this reality, and our commitment with digitalization is reflected in the cooperation that we have through initiatives, specific initiatives to strengthen infrastructure capacities and regulatory frameworks. Within the Global Gateway Strategy, digitalization is one of our priorities. The alliance, the digital alliance between the European Union and Latin America and the Caribbean, launched in 2003, provides a strategic framework for dialogue and regional cooperation. Likewise, the Digital Alliance is a platform for the development of an investment agenda in both regions in the digital agenda. Within this same sphere, we have concrete agreements with Uruguay. Regarding artificial intelligence, Uruguay has had a milestone in September 2025 since it agreed to the artificial intelligence agreement with Europe, and the country is participating in the initiative UE CyberNet, which strengthens the capacities of the Southern Cone to face the challenges of the digital world. In data governance, the European Union has acknowledged that Uruguay, since 2012, is a reliable country for the transference of personal data in accordance with our regulations. So the general protection of data. At the same time, this has provided leadership to Uruguay in the region in what has to do with data governance, in what has to do with the mutual recognition of digital firms. The European Union and Uruguay are working together to reach an agreement. Uruguay was the first country out of the European Union to request this agreement. This shows the trust, reliability towards Europe of Uruguay in what has to do with the digital field. More recently, Uruguay, through the University of the Republic, participates in the supercomputers network with the European Union and the Caribbean region. USLAC summit has showed the interest in this cooperation. So we reinforce our interest to keep working in key topics such as digital connectivity and the green transition and sustainable investment. Uruguay, with its stability and vision of the future, is an ideal partner to move forward in these fields, to strengthen even more the alliance between regions. And this requires to keep exploring the trade agreements. So the agreements between the European Union and Mercosur could and would become, once it is signed and ratified, and hopefully this will happen soon, it will become a key decision to strengthen our relationship. We are actively working in this respect to achieve it in the following weeks. This agreement would facilitate commerce and would also promote high standards in sustainability, labor rights, technological innovation, and protection of the environment. It will be a solid base for a modern and balanced relationship between our regions. Ladies and gentlemen, to conclude, I'd like to thank sincerely all the institutions that have allowed this event to take place, to the LATU, which is hosting us today. Thank you once again, President and Euro Chamber of Uruguay, and the Uruguayan Chamber for Technologies and Innovation, and the Chamber for Digital Economy of Uruguay, and Uruguay 21, Uruguay Innova, and AGESIC. I'd also like to thank my colleagues who have worked so hard to carry out this event. The compromise of all these institutions is key to keep strengthening our relationships and to advance towards a shared digital future. As I mentioned when I started, Socrates said that the secret of change is to focus on the new things and to build new things, not to focus on the old things. So that is why I invite you to keep working and creating together to close down, to open the barriers for this digital transformation. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ambassador, for your words. On behalf of the European Union, we now invite the President of the Technological Laboratory of Uruguay to give a welcoming speech. Lucía Alborella, thank you very much. It's a little bit difficult to, after someone who quotes important philosophers, I will be very brief. I would like to welcome everybody today. When we thought of innovation parks, we think about places where we can have conversations, where ideas come up, and where new things are being designed, and also places where things are innovated and become a reality. So that's why it's a real pleasure as a president of the institution to be part of this event, because this is what we intend to do here, to promote a day for discussions. I'm sure many challenges will come up, but also many solutions will come up. And so on second day, we will also have a roundtable where we will work on business, and I don't remember exactly the name of the day of tomorrow, but this relationship between Uruguayan and European companies will be a very enriching opportunity to have more business. Of course, our country has a long tradition with Europe and the European Union, of course. The data have already been mentioned. It is our highest region in terms of direct investment. The Undersecretary will talk about that too. Banks, the financial system, has a lot of houses, headquarters here. And so I invite you to think about that, and that we come up with new ideas that let us innovate in a very important field, in a field that is changing every day, and that is that also includes risks. Of course, cybersecurity has to be taken into account here, and also thinking about the opportunities that this country has benefited from. So in all the aspects, such as the financial system. I hope that in all the panels and also tomorrow, we come up with lots of new ideas, and we have come to tangible solutions. So thank you very much to the authorities, to the international and national authorities for being here. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias por tu cálida bienvenida.
Thank you very much for your warm welcome. Now we are going to give the floor to the President of the Uruguayan Euro Chamber, Andrés Burgui. Welcome authorities, national authorities and international authorities, friends, entrepreneurs. Thank you very much for being here on behalf of the Uruguayan Euro Chamber to this first investment forum. When we speak about this, our Euro Chamber includes the companies, all the chambers, the trade chambers that have here in Uruguay, that have trade, that generate employment for us. It is very important being here today. As the ambassador was mentioning, the main source of investment here in Uruguay comes from Europe. So, and I'm sure this is going to be like this because there are very strong bonds that have many aspects, cultural, historical aspects. So for us, it is a pleasure to be here and to welcome everybody to this day. So we hope that this is a way of exchanging new ideas. So thank you very much for being here. Thank you very much, Mr. Burgui, for your participation. I would like to give the floor to Pablo Siris, Head of Telecommunication and Audiovisual Services of the Ministry of Industry, Energy and Mining of Uruguay. Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone, authorities, national authorities, and international authorities. It is an honor for me to be here on behalf of the Minister, Fernanda Cardona, who had another commitment today and was not able to be here today. So we have 5 pillars that have to do with our commitment for this government, triple impact in the public sector, also consolidation of good employment for everybody, and also the integration of all the areas. So this, of course, is supported by all the aspects, technological aspects, and also human aspects, the gender perspective and continuous training and of course the promotion of SMEs, enterprises. So we are trying to make our best to reduce inequality and provide good employment for everybody so that everybody has the best conditions, living conditions. Our country, through our telecommunication company, has managed to, or has tried to offer this to all the infrastructures for everybody to connect to each other, for everybody. So this has to do with digitalization, but also finding the solution to have a safe access so that they can study, they can have a good health, and to have to share and to enjoy a nice citizenship, so that we can narrow the gaps. So the index of telecommunication for the ILO in 2024 puts us in an 89%. So we are in the second place and the 43rd place in the world. So our country has 89% in connectivity. So this is very important. This means that we are in a very good condition. We are also a leader in governance, so electronic governance. This has helped us to have a very good connection between the citizens and the government. This puts us in the 25th place. Mordecai will probably tell you that we are in the first place. So we are also, this has happened through our national companies. So this manages to have the internationalization of telecommunications for everybody. We were all the promoters of Plan Ceibal, which was one laptop per child. That was the idea of this program, and this is trying to continue in all the levels of education. Uruguay, in 2023, we had the bid of 3.5 hertz wideband, so we could have all the necessary speed for all cell phones. The 5th generation radio base has also offered this for all the country. And this has also let us have a very important promotion of hubs. We have many aspects that are being catered for. So AGESIC has fostered digitalization of the government in a successful way, and now we are trying to work on different challenges in terms of national strategies, in artificial intelligence, and the security of data, among others. We have incorporated, and we are incorporated, Bella 2, that enables us to connect European and the Latin American and the Caribbean centers through the supercomputer network. We have also promoted different renewable energy sources, wind, sun, so this allows us to have electricity all over the territory, and which is extremely stable. Our country, as the president of LATU, has a lot of industrial and technological parks all over the country so that they can support different companies that would like to come to our country, which would like to work on innovation, particularly those related to telecommunications, also robotics and artificial intelligence. Our country also has different challenges, like contributing to the observation of the Earth. That's why we would like to generate a new regulatory framework so that we can develop these aspects from our country, so that we can have our people also working on this. From the Ministry of Industry, Mining, energy and mining, we are trying to look to our country with a perspective in the 2050. We are looking for a country that is industrialized and that is in the state-of-the-art way of addressing all the challenges. Thank you very much for being here.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Pablo Siris. And to close this session, we invite the Deputy Secretary of Foreign Affairs of Uruguay, Ambassador Valeria Zuccasi, to participate. Good morning, everyone. Today, I was thinking about how in these times we're talking so much about the future, and as Pedro said, how we progress and look forward in our relationships. Of course, we shouldn't forget our past and bear in mind that the productive development of Uruguay is very tightly related with Europe. There is no productive activity in Uruguay that doesn't have an origin with some knowledge coming from Europe, some experience coming from Europe, the immigrants who brought in their knowledge, their experiences, their families to these countries as well, to bring knowledge and to be productive. So from those origins, it is hard sometimes to move from what we've done so far and see the dimension of what is about to happen. But this should be our purpose. When we talk about the relationship between the European Union and Uruguay and the region, we talk about livestock and traditional exports, and we do not explore so much the opportunities in what has to do with services or value added to our productive activity, exports of goods, of knowledge. And sometimes I feel frustrated because when I want to talk about that, everyone stresses on how much beef we are exporting. And I truly believe that these kind of meetings make us realize that behind any new instrument or new agreement which creates a framework, a regulatory framework, gives us an opportunity to innovate. And how do we find these opportunities? Precisely from these discussions, these opportunities where ideas come and there are some suggestions from different people that are useful and could be put into practice. So that is why I believe that the European Union is a key partner for us. We sometimes take it for granted because they are the main destination of our exports, but we need to think also about their market as the target for our non-traditional exportations. So my challenge for these 2 days, and especially for the months ahead of us after this so expected for signature between Mercosur and the European Union on December the 20th. The challenge, I think, for the next year is for all of us who are today to start to think about out of the box, let's say, and think about things that are not precisely or necessarily the traditional ways of thinking, which is the innovation, which are the possibilities that we need to think of for productivity, to take the leap in what has to do with quality of growth of the country. So this is an effort that has to be shared by the private and public sector. The negotiation has to do with the public sector, but taking advantage of these agreements has to do involves, of course, the private sector. And I believe that in this path that we are starting, we have to be really together in Uruguay in the discussions with the European Union as well, to not only stay in the traditional way of thinking and thinking a little bit out of the box in non-traditional possibilities once we have the agreement between the European Union and Mercosur. So thank you very much for this opportunity, and good luck in your discussions. I hope a lot of good ideas appear so we can take this quality leap for Uruguay that we all wish for. Thank you so much.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much for your words. We invite the panelists to stand up for a group photo. And we thank you very much for your words. So time for the group photo. And we continue with this first day of this activity.
Nos despedimos con un fuerte aplauso. Muchas gracias.
So please, we bid them farewell with a round of applause. Thank you so much.
Muchas gracias, embajador. A continuación, los voy a invitar.
I now invite you to listen to a message specially recorded for the occasion from Brussels by Mr. Maros Sefcovic, Commissioner for Trade and Economic Security of the European Union. So I invite you to watch this video on screen.
Estimados ministros, autoridades, ladies and gentlemen, it is a pleasure to be a part of the 6th European Investment Forum in Uruguay, a country that represents openness, stability, and partnership at the heart of Mercosur. I recall fondly my visit to Montevideo a year ago for the conclusion of the EU-Mercosur negotiations. That was an important moment as we find ourselves at the time of profound global change, a world marked by increasing competition, a rise of unfair economic practices, and a more complex and uncertain geopolitical reality. In this context, what matters is working with trusted partners to uphold a rules-based international trading system. The European Union's vast network of free trade agreements, the largest in the world, is one of our greatest strategic assets. It allows us to open markets for our companies, drive innovation, and sustain competitiveness while fostering shared prosperity with our partners. The EU-Mercosur Partnership Agreement is a cornerstone of this effort and a clear sign of our long-term commitment to the region. It is not only a powerful tool to expand trade and investment flows, but also a platform for deeper cooperation on our shared sustainability ambitions. Uruguay is already a key part of this partnership. The European Union is Uruguay's largest foreign investor, accounting for around 46% of total foreign direct investment in the country. European companies have been long-term partners in Uruguay's development, contributing to sectors such as renewable energy, infrastructure, innovation, and high-quality services. This enduring relationship shows that investment grounded in trust, stability, and common values brings lasting benefits to both sides. And it has a bright future. The EU-Mercosur agreement includes provisions on e-commerce, reflecting the growing importance of the digital economy in modern trade. It commits both regions to promoting and facilitating digital commerce by ensuring technological neutrality, recognizing electronic contracts and signatures, and strengthening consumer protection and online trust. In addition, by making electronic transmissions permanently duty-free, the agreement turns the existing WTO moratorium into a binding obligation, a clear signal for businesses and consumers of our joint commitment to an open, predictable environment for digital trade. An environment where businesses have the legal certainty they need and consumers feel safe when purchasing products online. We will continue working with like-minded partners such as Uruguay to shape global standards on digital trade and cross-border data flows, be it through our bilateral agreements or in the framework of the WTO. Together, the EU and Uruguay can lead by example, fostering sustainable, transparent, and digitally inclusive growth that strengthens our economies, empowers our citizens, and builds a more prosperous shared future. I wish you all a fruitful European investment forums. Gracias.
We thank the message of the European Commissioner for Trade and Economic Security for this 6th Forum on European Investment in Uruguay. So we have started on a high note, but the event has only just begun. Next, we will hear the first business pitch of the day to continue forging the relationships between Uruguay and the European Union in the digital sector. We now invite Federico Kramer from the Spanish company Tecnalia and head of the European Digital Accelerator Project to approach the stage. We will begin by watching a video, and then Federico Kramer will briefly talk to us about this project, which promotes digital collaboration opportunities between companies in the European Union and Latin America, and particularly Uruguay. So thank you very much, Federico. So we first watch the video and then listen to him.
Cuando se comparte. Y así nacen las ideas que cambian el futuro. Con la aceleradora EULAC Digital Accelerator creamos un puente que conecta empresas, startups y pymes innovadoras de los continentes. Creamos conexiones que impulsan la innovación, la transformación digital y los negocios del mañana. Cada desafío conecta una empresa con una startup y una tecnología con una oportunidad. Porque la innovación no tiene fronteras y en la aceleradora lo vivimos cada día.
Buenos días a todos. Muchísimas gracias primero a la delegación de la Unión Europea por darnos la oportunidad de presentar la aceleradora de Digital Accelerator, por supuesto a los organizadores del evento y a todos los participantes. Retomo las palabras de Lucila, que me mucho, que es el hecho de que las cosas se concreten y que se vuelvan a la realidad. Y para nosotros, desde la aceleradora de Digital Accelerator, intentar ser lo más preciso posible. Y el día de mañana, que está la parte de matchmaking,
which is in line with matchmaking and connections, we can go deeper into this. So I'm part of Tecnalia Group, and we lead this initiative, EULAC Digital Accelerator. This is within the Digital Gateway and Commission under the European Commission. Our premise is to have connection between both companies, and it is our main purpose. How do we generate this matching? What's the reality? Well, we do have a matchmaking platform. Well, we work with collaborations between the Caribbean, the region, and Europe, and we work with them to see which are their digitalization challenges. And within our scouting team, we try to find which are the startups and SMEs that can face this challenge. So this is what we call a matching stage. We have had 100 matchings. Some are put into practice, but that is our main purpose, to generate this matching. Once we have this matching and we present the possible candidates, the corporation and the startup of both continents will do an accelerating process with us. This implies providing services in legal services, for example, cybersecurity, the use of data, of business scale, access to investors, and we will listen to Nanobro, who will tell us about their experience. And we also fund the proof of concepts, up to 7,000 euros. And then what has to do with the expenses for people who need to travel, among others. So we are not based on results. We have the target of reaching 100 partnerships in 5 years, and we have already reached 55 accelerator processes, and we're working for more. So the companies who have a lead with another continent might also submit themselves in an open common space, and they might receive the services as well. So we help them in this accelerating process. So our purpose as EULAC is to generate these joint ventures and to generate businesses between the continents. I'm in Uruguay, of course, so I'd like to tell you, about our results in Uruguay, and thank you very much to delegations for these success cases. We have 7 challenges that have been raised by Uruguay companies, and we invite other European companies, and they might be also European companies in Uruguay that can participate. And we have 4 accelerator processes already underway. So we call you and invite you to register in the platform. We have many participants, including collaborators and non-governmental and governmental organizations. Or if you're a startup or a collaboration, you can contact us and we can help you to make your businesses come true. So thank you very much, and thank you to the delegation for giving us this opportunity to talk about our work, and welcome to EULAC. Thank you. Thank you very much, Federico Kramer from the European Digital Accelerator Project. It is very encouraging to see that Uruguayan and European companies are being supported to develop digital innovation. So we are now getting ready for the first panel of the forum, which will address digital policies and investments in Uruguay and the European Union, a key topic to understand how regulatory frameworks and promotional initiatives boost digital development in both regions. This panel will feature the perspectives of the European Union and Uruguay about the fact that due to the technological transformation and the new dynamics of international cooperation, it is a key moment of world history. We will have 2 speakers who I welcome already, and I invite you to approach the stage. Bruno Gilli, responsible for Uruguay Innova, and Olivier Laux, European Commission Cooperation Directorate General. So Bruno and Olivier will be presenting in this first panel. Thank you very much. Welcome. You can have a seat. Bruno, you can choose to sit down or stand up, whatever suits you better. Welcome, then. So first, we will listen to the situation of Uruguay regarding the challenges of the Uruguayan innovation system. Precisely, we invite for that Bruno Gilli. The floor is yours. Thank you very much. Thank you for organizing this event. It is a pleasure for me to be here in this event in which we are connecting or reconnecting Europe with Uruguay. I am also a European citizen as well. I have double citizenship because of my name. You can imagine where my passport comes from, given my last name. But I'd like to introduce within the context of Uruguay is doing, we have Uruguay Innova as a sponsor of this event. So this is an event, this is a message of the government for the country to continue innovating. The previous presentations of Pablo Siri, Valeria Susaki, Lucila about Uruguay, and seeing the presence of Europe, who know very well the characteristics of Uruguay, that we are a country with a certain level of development in the digital world, in communications, technologies. We are relatively advanced within Latin America. We are quite competitive internationally as well in some topics. But on the other hand, we see results, and given that when you do investments on infrastructure and human resources to achieve a more developed economy, when we pay attention to our results, we need to be really honest about our position. And the diagnosis that we had before and that is why we're called to speak here. We have invested a lot in digital investment, connectivity, development of new scientific technological institutions, technological parks, and trying to attract investments with added value, particularly in the last years. We have had a very strong investment from Europe in certain sectors such as agribusiness. And so we have become very powerful, for example, in the world of cellulose with Finnish investments. But despite all this, for the international community, we have high income, but we're always the last of the line in this group of countries of high investments. We are really very low in that sense, and our inequality is not as good as in developed countries, and this is a challenge for us. So we are very happy to acknowledge all the things we have achieved to attract more investments, of course, but we have still very big challenges. As Valeria said, we need to have good relationships with the developed world, with the entire world. Uruguay, of course, is a key actor for us, but we also want to connect with the rest of the world with a more sophisticated technology, and so that the country can achieve the European vision that we have of a strong welfare state and equality within the society. So, having said this, what's the institutionality that we have in terms of policies, instruments, commercial agreements with the world? What can we do to improve this? So our program tries to articulate and improve what we have to do progress, sustain in a substantial way. When we have this challenge in front of us, we were thinking, how can we describe this? We had a very good presentation by Pablo. We could see all the challenges of the Ministry of Livestock, Fisheries and Agriculture. We are, of course, a country that exports lots of products from the land, a land-based economy. But, of course, we want to add more added value to our products. I could have presented all this information. We could have talked about Uruguay as an exporter of global services. But we are seeing that something is amiss. So the government tries to localize this government within the presidency to provide transversability. This is a program then that will have 4 ministries and OPP involved because we want to encourage, foster it. And we have 4 big elements that are transversal. We think that Uruguay needs to keep investing on, and we have to do it in an attractive way so we can have more investment from Uruguay and from Europe. So we have fuels. We have to foster our capacity to know more, to have knowledge for a technological adaptation. There are certain instruments. We have created a Secretariat of Technology and Innovation to value knowledge, and we have named it as such so we can see what's the benefit, the impact. So all this become products that can be exported with higher development. We'll be working on strengthening our capacity of technological exchange and creation of knowledge, and Europe can help us in this respects. We need to have agreements with the academy, win-win situations, evaluating knowledge with our own knowledge and European institutions. We might have more institutions as well involved, and we are interested in having more investment from European businesses to bring their knowledge and development to Uruguay. This would be a big asset for us, and it would be an opportunity when you see Uruguay as a hub of innovation for the rest of the region. It is important for us to be in good conditions, to be attractive, so we can have these investments coming into the country. So there's a lot of potential in biotechnology and others. So we do have the instruments for these. The other topic is innovation, that we call it the engine. When we talk about having more products, more digitalization, more companies connected, more entities that accelerate and connect, as Federico Kramer said. We have had the experience. In my previous activity, I traveled a lot, and I witnessed many conversations. And in Europe, we had the feeling of them being very aware of what is happening in Uruguay in terms of infrastructure, political stability, level of education, level of technological infrastructure. But Europe has lost many opportunities, and this is our role, to convince them that there's lots of capacity to invest through venture capital, or what Federico just talked about, that have been canalized through other markets. And I have the impression that Europe has lost this. So I hope that in these 48 hours that we have to debate, we can strengthen this connection. We have unicorns in Uruguay. The main ones of Latin America are in Uruguay. The main headquarters are in our country. So we need to think about the digital industrialization and how to achieve this. We need to provide the proper instruments for this, of course, on the fiscal level, and treatments to bring talents. We have a group of regulations that we might discuss about them later that would, in theory, encourage this strengthening of their creation of knowledge and creation of startups and business models, agreements between startups and corporations, and funding venture capitals or capital funds or risk funds for all the activities that we have in Uruguay. So we've been working in the creation of Uruguayan instruments that could co-invest with international investors. The other aspect is scale. Uruguay is obviously a third country, so we expect to have internationalization of the country, so we can increase exportations, which is, of course, our purpose, right? To have more investment so we can have more exports. So Uruguay 21 will tell you about this, of course. We are working on the single window of trade, foreign trade, and that is our intention, to have not only portals, but rather the entire process being digital. And this is important during this term. And the startups, which, of course, all the companies that are in Uruguay should still keep investing in the country. And lastly, when we talk about the rules, the game rules in our national budget and the future laws with which we are working, particularly the Ministry of Economy is working hard on this, to see which are the regulations, the game rules, to put all these virtuous processes into practice. We need to improve interoperability. We need to have not as much bureaucracy, so investment is more attractive, and the transaction costs. There's a lot of work to do. Some of the challenges are similar to the challenges that we have in Europe. And all this, of course, has an impact on the ministries. And I have to summarize. But based on these four concepts, we intend to foster investment and make it more attractive for foreign investment to come to Uruguay, so we can have Uruguay embedded within the value chains of products. And to wrap up, I'd like to say that Uruguay has some challenges in the digital world in honor of digital investments. I read carefully the Draghi report and what has to do what has to do with the risk and investment. I think innovation. I think we are living now in a very competitive world. For example, electronic commerce, artificial intelligence. We have other actors in the world that are very powerful. China and the US. Rules are not very clear. We are in a complicated moment. I don't want to delve into that, but we have to face this challenge. But I do think it's a very good agreement, this agreement between the European Union and Mercosur, because it will give us an opportunity to compete in the digital world as a bloc and will position us within the world in artificial intelligence. So we are not simple witnesses of what is happening. Europe with Mercosur and with other regions of Latin America become a very competitive market. And if we're smart in the way we invest in cybersecurity, digital intelligence, interoperability, facilitating the digital signature, for example, we can become an interesting competitor, but we have to be courageous enough to be competitive and to integrate to these blocks to improve this. So this is what Uruguay Nova wants to do as a vision of the government, involving the different institutions and the ministries and involving the academy as well. So the state facilitates the taking place of the magic that happens between institutions and research centers. And what we need to understand is what's our role as facilitators of this process. So this is my first intervention. Thank you very much for this opportunity. Thank you, Bruno Schilly.
Thank you very much, Bruno Schilly, for developing our position, the Uruguayan position. Now we are going to listen to the European Union regarding international, in particular the European and Latin American and the Caribbean Digital Alliance. So we therefore invite Olivier Laux to. The floor is yours. Thank you very much. Thank you to the authority, the agencies, and the organizer of this event. Thank you from Brussels. It is a pleasure to be here today and to be part. And I am very happy to share this panel with you, Bruno. As my colleague Petros Mayrovichalis, getting ready for the future. I'm going to try to, or how Europe is going to get ready for the future. I'm going to go a step behind so that I can show you a little bit of the background. Where do we come from and what are our challenges and how we would like to work with our partner countries, and then step ahead to see what we are doing right now under this concept of digital alliance. First, as I was listening to the Commissioner Sejkovic and the Secretary, our world is a little bit more difficult. It is a little bit more violent. So if we face this, we need, from Europe, we have decided to support and to get closer to Latin America and the Caribbean in terms of politics, in terms of the industry, and of course in terms of cooperation. And how are we planning to do that? This is what we talk about, this logo that we have here, Global Gateway. I would like you to understand, for those who are here today and tomorrow, the European Union has changed the model completely. And it is not a logo for conferences. It is a completely different way of thinking and implementing our relationships with partners such as Uruguay. We leave behind what we used to call the traditional cooperation. It's not that we have to stop doing it, but we, at the European Union, as an institutional actor of a particular case, we need to make use of all the kind of resources in a different way, so that we can leverage different partnerships. And how and where? in important strategic partners: energy, transport, green hydrogen, in the digital government, vaccines, health, very important strategies that are to do with that have to do work with in common, because this way of working takes us to work in a different way with different actors. And I really like what you were saying about investment companies, universities. This is an ecosystem of actors that were working in an incidental way and we're not working together. So the idea or challenge is to put them together in organizations, ministries, and all from the different countries, of course, respecting the sovereignty of each country. And of course, everybody, all the European Union, with all the members that are present here in Uruguay, that support in a political way, that offers technological knowledge and also financial resources, we need to have a more important critical mass. And this is a challenge, to be able to speak about business with people that are here already and who would like to get into. And of course, the finance world, public banks, but also the World Bank, and also, of course, the private banking system. And this is for every project, for every axis that we are working on. And this is what we would like to promote through the Global Gateway. This is our vision. This is where we come from, leaving behind old models to face and to get ready for the future in a more adequate way, that is more adequate to the reality of nowadays. In the second place, the European Union, for itself, has also reset its digital doctrine, its own digital strategy that was based on 3 axes: competitiveness and innovation, technological innovation, this has to do with what you were saying, security and resilience, both from infrastructures and systems and processes, and also digital governance, world digital governance. This is really our NDA, European NDA, and this is where we come from, DNA. The Global Gateway, as I was telling you, it is a new way of building up a new partnership, leaving behind old concepts such as the donor and the recipient, which is not like that. We are working together as partners. This is also respected by at a political level and also a financial level. In 2021, 300 million euros were put into this so that we could foster all this new strategy. And 54 million euros of this were put into Latin America to foster all these projects. And there are many projects that are, and there are around 35 million projects, euros that are being fostered into these projects, are put into these projects. So this is the perspective. This is our background nowadays in this first panel. This is what I wanted to mention to you today. But now, the Digital Alliance, I don't know how much you're aware of it. It is a vehicle, the diplomatic and political vehicle, that it was signed in Bogota, and it is a strategic framework for cooperation. It has a political aspect, a strategic aspect, where we set up all the alliances and the challenges, but also it has an operational aspect that offers technical dialogue, political dialogue, that offers this way of having this relationship where we can have colleagues, where European and Uruguayan or Latin American countries define the new challenges and also offer the different aspects that are going to take place. related to connectivity and whatever it comes to. And we are very happy to see that Uruguay, as in many other cases, has become a very significant player. So what are we doing right now? Our step ahead? I would like to mention some concrete examples in terms of infrastructure, for example. In the past, we mentioned Bella, and we are in the second. It is a high capacity cable that is an underground. It is an underground and undersea cable where Costa Rica is also going to be connected, and we think that services will be able to be provided through this cable later on. Also, additional services for Peru, El Salvador, Guatemala, Honduras, and in 2026. And as we mentioned today, we are very happy that Uruguay, we have advanced conversations on this aspect. This comes together with Bella, the cable comes together with an initiative, a satellite initiative, so that we can offer digital service through a satellite way, so that we can close the gaps between connectivity, where we have different, where in different regions we have difficulties. So we have also increased and we have signed many memorandum of understanding with Brazil, Costa Rica, and Dominican Republic. This satellite aspect is also shaping up. If I change topic, but of course related to all this, Copernicus, which is the European Earth observation. There's one in Chile, there's another in Panama, with data, accessible data that are for free, that are open for everybody who would like to connect to them, and also with a division of work between Santiago, which has a land observation for agriculture and even coasts and also for fisheries, but also the Panama is more focused on in the provision of natural disasters. Also, we have under this umbrella, we have Bella, Spasat, Copernicus. We also have the digital accelerator, and you were mentioning partnerships and joint ventures. We have 1,500 companies and operators that are already working or are already cooperating together through this accelerator, this digital accelerator. Cybersecurity, which is of course fundamental. There isn't even 1 week where we haven't got issues in this aspect, and we are working together on this under this digital alliance, this ULIKE Shield, which has become a security tool for this. In terms of artificial intelligence, Uruguay, of course, plays a significant role. We are working together, and we are working on the supercomputer network. And in terms of governance, electronic governance, we are working on some signatures. We are pioneers here, where Uruguay is also leading in this aspect, because this is a very fruitful emulation for all other companies or for all other countries. So Uruguay is a very important model or an example, so that we can have this joint administration, so that we can get together between citizenship and governance. This is a little bit of what our strategic background has nowadays, and these are some of the modules that I have just mentioned, so that you know what is the perspective nowadays in the different fields where we are trying to work together between Latin America and the European Union. And with this, I would like to wish you the most fruitful event. Thank you very much, Olivier Laux from the European Commission Corporation Director General, for sharing with us this broad range of strategies that are strengthening the digital and commercial ties between our two regions. We invite you to stand up and take a photo together. Thank you very much.
Intercambio.
Thank you very much for this exchange. Thank you very much, and we bid them farewell with a round of applause.
We now invite Nicolás Galmarini to present another short business pitch on behalf of the company NanoGrow. Please approach the stage and tell us about the experience of a Uruguayan company which is a beneficiary of the European Digital Accelerator project. NanoGrow is another example of technological innovation that connects Uruguay with Europe. First, we will watch an introductory video, and then we will have Nicolás Galmarini.
Unimos innovación con salud, creando tratamientos que llegan justo donde el cuerpo los necesita. Unimos salud con naturaleza, porque nuestros nanoanticuerpos nacen de una fuente única, las llamas. Unimos esa naturaleza con ciencia de vanguardia, usando inteligencia artificial para potenciarla. Así unimos ciencia con propósito, sanar sin efectos secundarios. Y lo hacemos desde Uruguay, unidos a Europa, desarrollando nuevas terapias junto a centros médicos líderes. La U que nos une, más que una letra, un símbolo de unión.
¿Qué tal?
Hello. Thank you very much for this opportunity to show to you a practical case of connection between Europe and Uruguay. Within NanoGrow, we always say that we are genetically Uruguayan and epigenetically Spanish. As the video shows, we develop therapies based on antibodies and inspired by the immune system of camels. And through artificial intelligence and different techniques, we have been able to advance in a much quicker pace in our developments. Because of all the relationships that we have created personally and also supporting the accelerating processes, we have now an operation both here in Latu and in Pamplona as well, in Spain. We have today 2 labs that are working in this state-of-the-art developments. Particularly, we have achieved important milestones which have allowed us to grow much faster. For example, the acceleration and elaboration of black. This has been very transcendental because this has allowed us to connect with other businesses. And this was not only an acceleration process. After this acceleration process, because of the invitation of EULAC, we have been able to participate in different instances that allow us to build our processes of connection between Europe and Uruguay. We submitted our project in the business networking of Europe, and this was one successful case in what has to do with this kind of connections. Many important and interesting things have been mentioned. Bruno, for example, talked about the attraction of European companies to Uruguay, and we believe that biotechnology is very interesting in this aspect. Uruguay has very good capacities in biotechnologies that could be strengthened through this ties with the European Union, and to achieve these connections so that Uruguayan companies go beyond the borders and connect is key. And we think that this will forge these projects and that our companies, of course, need to reach different markets. So the European Union market has a development grade in pharmaceutical companies, for example, that allows us to connect as Uruguayan companies. And this provides the opportunities to reach markets that allow us to reach the patients in a more efficient way. I'd like to point out, and this is something that the last Economy Nobel Prizes have mentioned, I'd like to say that technological innovation is one of the engines for the long-term growth. And our case, our company, is proving that we are building value for the country with scientists from Uruguay, and we feel that we are paving the way to other companies that, from Uruguay, of course, that could open and be part of this reality as well. So it's a pleasure for me to be here to tell you about our experiences, and I hope this forum is successful for all of you. Thank you, Nicolás, for telling us about such an innovating project and for highlighting the support given by the European Union. Thank you. So our second panel of the day is about to start. We will focus now on digitalization, e-commerce, and international trade. A group of distinguished experts will be part of this panel. So please approach the stage so I can introduce you. It's an honor for me to receive Mariana Ferreira, Executive Director of Uruguay 21. Please approach the stage. Thank you. Andrés Marrero, President of Digital Economy Chamber of Uruguay, CEDU. So please approach the stage. Mariana Andrés, Damián Lachaga, CEO of Mosca. And finally, Juan Mushi Metol, CEO of Pedido Ya, Delivery Hero. So please, thank you so much for being here and approaching the stage. And furthermore, Pablo Neira will join us online from Brussels. He belongs to the Directorate General for Trade, DG Trade of the European Commission. We see him already on screen. Thank you very much, Pablo Neira, for joining us. And this panel will be moderated by Mrs. Vanessa Mock, Head of the Economic and Trade Section of the European Union Delegation in Uruguay and Paraguay. Please, Vanessa, the floor is yours. First of all, thank you very much for joining us today. It's an honor to have you here. Those who have traveled from Brussels, from Brazil, from other areas, other regions. I know there are a lot of people connected. The idea of this forum, as we said, was to show you the cooperation areas that we have within the more traditional activities of commerce that we've discussed earlier. But when I came to Uruguay 1 year ago, when they talked about digital commerce, people were saying, yes, we're working a lot with the US, with other parts of the world, and I did not see that the European Union was so involved. And I finally saw that there are many projects that have been presented already, these two business pitches, and Olivier also talked about the projects that are already, alliances that are already being created and taking place. And we'd like to see how we can strengthen this, hopefully through the cooperation, the agreement between the European Union and the Europe and Mercosur. I know that we are about to start to have a coffee break, so we'll try to be as quick as possible and efficient as possible. Good morning, everyone. Hello, Pablo. It's a pleasure to have you here. Digital trade is much more than buying through online platforms. You know this already. This digital transformation is reshaping the very foundations of international trade, how we acquire things and services, the experience of consumers. As Bruno said, we have to be very efficient in the way of taking advantage of these new opportunities. And we need to face very, very well the challenges, such as cybersecurity, protection of data, and equity or equality in the access to technologies. That's why we need a tight cooperation internationally, and we need solid regulatory frameworks. I won't give you so much in the introduction. I'd like to have Andrés presenting his presentation. You're the president of Uruguay's Chamber of Digital Economy, and I know that your chamber has grown a lot lately. So, Andrés, could you tell us which are the main needs that local firms need? So, which are the main needs that local firms see when they try to grow more and when they try to access these opportunities on a global level? Thank you very much, Vanessa, for the invitation. Yes, our Chamber of Digital Economy has grown a lot. This reflects the growth of the sector that has been sustained for many years. We have a growth rate that ranks us in the top 10 in the world in this field presently. And these are good news, of course. Together with the certification or the confirmation that we have a lot still to grow, there's room for growth. And Uruguay has many positive aspects. Today we were talking about connectivity, localization, general culture of the population, but we also have lots of challenges and gaps. So to sum up, we have three big chapters that the Chamber has been working on sustainably. In the first place, what has to do with digital culture. The cultural aspects sometimes are hard to change, to modify, because they involve all of us. They have to do with professionals, with people, with the government, with decision makers. And we believe that the adoption of a deep digital connection, which has to do with technology, incorporation of artificial intelligence, in businesses, this will be key for the competitiveness of the country in the future. On the other side, there's a challenge in education. This is in hand with the previous topic. We need to educate for the market in which we're working on, and we need to reconvert the human resources that we have today. The workers, they need new ways of thinking that the country, of course, requires. And I was listening to Bruno talking about Uruguayan policies. And when I listened to him, I just hope that everything that he hopes for actually happens. Because if all this would happen, we would have Uruguay in a different level, in a better level, of course. And we do need policies and a regulatory framework that enables investment, and that is an incentive for private investment, which is key for the future competitiveness of the country. Thank you very much. We listen to the rumors of European Union having so many regulations, bureaucracy in the digital field. I think that the concept of Europe is that Uruguay is, and that the European Union is behind in rules, in approval of rules. But as the ambassador said earlier, I think that now the rules and regulations that we are thinking of now as Europe, in Europe, have to do with improving the flow of data so businesses can do their businesses with foreign countries. Maybe Pablo can tell us about what you are working on, and if you're that we're working at different levels to improve digital commerce. Could you tell us about that? Thank you very much, Vanessa. Thank you very much to all of you. I'd love to be in Montevideo, but here I'm freezing in Brussels. Yes, we are very strict in our regulations. As you know, the European Union has different roles, such as regulating different aspects, and one of them is the digital commerce. I'd like to say that obviously we regulate, and obviously we believe that some aspects of regulation are missing, but what we're thinking of when we regulate is to create reliability in the market for the businesses and create a good atmosphere for investors and for clients. And this is what is reflected in our different regulations. So I'd like to say that as regulators, we need to know exactly that our regulator process implies the interested parties, that we listen to consumers on their needs. We have a complex process. We have different member states, as you know, but we have all the voices heard. And the third element is that part of our regulatory policies is that we are continuously reviewing our regulations. As the commissioner said previously, we do a constant revision of the regulations in the digital field or other fields, and we adapt the rules to the new realities. And in the case of digital commerce, this is particularly important, of course. So what's our aim with our regulations and what has to do with trade policies? Well, we want our international trade to follow certain values which have more to do than just diminishing tariffs. For example, we expect to protect others. In digital commerce, we want to protect, for example, personal data. We don't want the platforms to abuse the data, for example. And in our internal policies, we want this reflected also in our external policies. So in commercial trade, the European Union is an important partner. And these are two different fields. One of the things we agree with are through certain agreements, but we also work multilaterally with the NGOs. So we have a framework for companies, and we create a framework also for competence. As you might know, the digital certain tax, and we have a digital market that adjusts to the basic regulations, so the SMEs can also prosper. And lately, protection of consumers. In Europe, we want to make sure that what is within the regulation, within the physical field, should also be protected on the digital field. So that's our line of work. And within the international framework, we want to promote interoperability. We'd like to create a global digital market where we have consumers relating safely with companies. So these are the basic lines of what we're doing so far. I'd like to point out, well, that we try to protect the fundamental values which have to do with the physical and digital commerce.
Thank you very much. Mariana, it's your turn now. Your agency is looking at companies all over the world so that they know about Uruguay, and you're also working as Uruguay 21 to promote exports in the digital services companies. There are many, of course. Some of them are very small. There are SMEs. How are you preparing them so that they can get into the international market? And what is the relationship with the European market? What can be improved? Thank you very much, Vanessa. And thank you very much for the invitation. From Uruguay 21, we supported this forum, this first forum, so it is a pleasure being here. And yes, we are the promoters of export management and also of our company, of the image of our company, particularly in terms of the promotion of exports. We support companies so that they start their internationalization process. Companies that are not necessarily traditional companies. They are usually small companies, small and medium-sized enterprises, but companies that have not managed to reach some sort of support. So we are working now on a forum of digital economy. So it is important to comment so that we have some references. Last year, we supported more than 500 enterprises, and we hope to finish this year, to finish by 700 companies, and most of them are services. There are lots of different companies. For example, startups. There's a great variety. Technological and information systems companies, professional development, also related to the creative industry. For example, advertising, audiovisual, video games. And from the company, what we do is to support these companies, which many times are digital already, but they need some support in the different process of internationalization. So, for example, companies that are to do with professional development, we help them in a particular way, in a particular event, or where they believe where they can attract new clients. Or, for example, in the video games and audiovisual, we support them with platforms from Uruguay 21. I invite you to participate there, or that you can have a look at them. Uruguay Video Games, where we have a website, where we have all the information about the information in Uruguay about all the companies that are working on this area, and we support the maintenance of this. And Uruguay Audiovisual, which is a platform that is offered for all the companies, where we have all the initiative programs and support programs. So I invite you to participate over there and to have a look at these two platforms, Uruguay Video Games and Uruguay Audiovisual. And another project that we have, Vanessa, that we have been developing, that is another sector, has to do with e-commerce. And here we have been working a lot in our tab that has to do with e-commerce, and there we have had different activities. For example, training activities for companies, for those companies that would like to sell through marketplace, or would like to do e-commerce from their different platforms. So we are supporting these companies so that these companies get into a more prosperous future, and that digital commerce is really another field of this area. And one last comment regarding Mercosur, and most of us know, or all of us know, that our main we know that the exports of our goods are very clearly identified, but we have no destination. We have no understanding of the exports of services. It's not really clear to everybody. So So we are supporting through the central bank so that we can offer these services. More than 80% goes to the US. And if we have a look at the other destinations, we see the UK and also France. And I'm also having a look now at Isabella, and we have a look at the experts that are in the free trade zones. There are also companies that export services to Europe. So there we have a higher diversification. So, and also we have to take advantage of this so that all these opportunities are possible. So Damian, now it's your turn. You are the CEO of Mosca, an iconic Uruguayan company with a long, deep-rooted presence here in the country, and with a very close ties with Europe, particularly Germany, through its capitals. One question is, what would be the lessons that you have learned, and which policies or collaborations have supported the process of growth in the digital field? What have you learned from this connection with Europe? Beside that, how are you making good use of this? Thank you, Vanessa, for the invitation. It's a pleasure to be part of this panel and sharing our experiences as Mosca. Mosca is a very culturally associated, and the first point is our long 137-year company. It's not very common to find a company that has such a long history, but in Europe we have companies that have been founded in the 1300s, so and that they are still working. So our first point that you were mentioning, Mosca, from a very long time was led by a Uruguayan family, but nowadays it is connected or led by a German and Uruguayan company, a Uruguayan family. So we are really honored to have this perspective, which is of course very complementary to our idiosyncrasy. And of course, we know that there are different characteristics of the different markets, and we know that the different places have different ideas, and there are always suggestions, but also taking great respect of the different activities and the different parts. We are, of course, a company that imports many products, but 20-30 products that come from European companies. Those are the imports that our suppliers come from that. And we understand that Europe is being called, together with other countries, of course, but in particular, I highlight this from Europe because it is called to differentiate and to be a key partner, and this is how we feel it over here, where there is a lot of commodities. There's an audience that really wishes to get quality, and that is very strategic. And regarding the question that you were asking, what have we learned from this process? We are a company that is led by Uruguayans. 100% of our leading teams and operational teams were born here and have developed here, with all those challenges that this may imply. So we are one of the many companies that we have that we need to adapt to the new times. I have been working here for 9 years, and some of the things that impacted me most was that the treasurer had the pencil here on his ear and his eraser, and he had the banking conciliation with pencil and eraser. And this is not a lie, this is true. So this is where we come from, and we have, of course, initiated a process that the visible things now, the online store that we have now, and of course we still need to continue working here, but it is not only, we are not only digital for having a digital platform. I fully agree with Andres. The digital culture is very important. The world of commerce, the digital market, what has to do with this process for payment, and also with the logistics supplier. Indoors, we need to have to develop this ecosystem. There has to be revision of processes, of structuring data, of acquiring or also renting new tools, that hiring professionals that know more from the ones that are already there. So it's important that we encourage this new mindset, and this is very difficult. The consumer, fortunately, is always one step ahead. Apart from Amazon or Temu or Pedidos Ya, the rest of all the other companies, we are a little bit behind. And this is very important to take it into account, to know about this. You know, most of you know about ChatGPT. We use it every day. Companies, we are still debating on this. And so we are still working on artificial intelligence. There are lots of lessons learned. This cultural transformation has to be done, this process of cultural transformation. We need to incorporate new things, and we need to be close to customers. This is very important. And nothing of this will change if we don't change the mindset, this digital mindset. Thank you very much.
Very well, thank you. So we've already mentioned Pedidos Ya, and we have Juan here. Thank you for being here. We know you're traveling a lot. I think that your company is very well known. It's an iconic company within this sector. It's a source of national pride with strong regional expansion and membership in the German global group Delivery Hero. That is why we have the connection in this forum. You are now developing a regional expansion strategy. How is it going? How are you implementing it? And what are the challenges that you've found? Because we've heard that you are the trendsetters, but I assume that you also have challenges to grow. So we'd like to know which are those challenges and other information. Thank you very much for inviting me to this panel. Yes, our strategy has been for regional expansion since day one. We are 16 years old. We are very young compared to Mosca, for example, and we still have many mistakes. We are kind of like the teenagers that make a lot of mistakes. But in our core, we have the intention of growing regional, because we are building a service that requires lots of investment. And for this service that we want to provide with quality, we have always known that Uruguay is a small market, and the founders of the company have always thought about scaling. When I started the company in 2018, we were present in only 5 markets, and today we're present in 15 markets. Uruguay is a mature country, because, of course, we are already associated to Delivery Hero, but the opportunity in Latin America is still huge. most likely in countries within Central America. And in Uruguay, we still see that there are many opportunities still to come, because although e-commerce has high growth rates, when we compare with the levels of penetration and when we compare with developed countries, we know that there's room to grow. So our regional expansion is very important, but our local market still has more to grow. So what has allowed us to grow so quickly in 15 markets is that we are an app that from the outside, it is apparent that it's very easy to scale up because we have the platform to scale up. But there's a lot of local work to do that requires equipment in each one of these markets. And we need to know how we customize the experience of purchase in the different countries, things that we learn as we work. When you go to Central America, the offer is a chicken, whereas in Uruguay, it's a hamburger. So each country is different, and their realities are different, and even the Spanish language that we use, the dialect is different. So we have the challenge of having the equipment that we need for each one of the markets. And although the technology is the same for the platform, we need to adapt it because the habits, the ways of living in the different regions are different, and this gives a different value to the service in Uruguay compared to Nicaragua, for example. So this is a factor that separates us from other platforms that has a single app in the entire world. They are different business models, and they do very well, but our differentiator is that we have a global, scalable platform. And despite this, we execute locally in each country. So, Andres, going back to you with a different topic, I'd like to talk about this because this is a challenge that we have here as we have in Europe, and this has to do with this situation that as chamber you have discussed with the European Union. This is the topic of the Chinese e-commerce platforms such as Temu and how they are the proposals that have been submitted to the government. How is Uruguay working on this to compensate in a way, so to speak? That's the way of facing these challenges of the inflow of products that come at a very low price and the possible advantages, tariff advantages, customs advantages. What's the possibility to compete with this situation, knowing that in the European Union we have progressed in this issue, and we know it's a complex one? Yes, the appearance of these companies, Chinese companies, was a kind of earthquake for the e-commerce system in Uruguay. The online purchasing was very common, but they had been so far well adapted. But a few years ago, with the arrival of Temu, there's a new dynamics for this transporter purchases, especially with the problems of the local stores and local businesses that have no possibility of competing. Finally, the government has done some steps, and the project is that there will be a growth of these transborder purchases with mechanisms that favor the consumer, that allows consumers to buy in a favorable way and at much more convenient prices. So we understand that it's very hard to fight against this. This is a global trend that favors consumers. So what we see is that we need to have a careful approach from the government to allow, we need to allow more fair competition for the local market. And the perspective of the chamber is to facilitate the processes, reduce bureaucracy, reduce import costs. So, summing up, simplifying the task of importing, making it more competitive. So, simplifying the way of life or the life of the local businesses. So, given this reality of more products entering the market at a very low price, with which it's impossible to compete, we have the big challenge of trade innovation. I think this is key. This has to do with digital culture as well. We will need to focus on the local competitive advantages, fidelity, using properly the basis, history of clients, so that the company has an integral experience with digitalization. And this is something that the foreign company from a distance cannot offer. So this is a challenge that the local companies need to think of to adjust their business models. Within innovation, I think Damian was discussing this, offering quality products. So there's, for example, there's lots of room for growth. We have understood always that an advantage, strategic advantage, being positive is the distances that we have. We always see the big phenomenons in the world at a certain distance. We are not in the center of the markets, but this allows us to take and embrace the better practices, so we can have this smart perspective, willing to learn and to ingrain the best practices that come from China, from the European Union, in our local management of companies. Mariana, your turn. Uruguay has the potential to become the bridge between Mercosur and the European Union in the digital field. What do you think could be improved in these alliances between Mercosur and the European Union? I believe there probably is there's a big margin to grow in this field. So how can we contribute as a European Union? Yes, of course. Uruguay is a country that creates bridges, and the digital bridges will contribute with the European Union and with other regions with which we have a connection with. It's important to say, and the nice thing about it in this panel, we've been talking about structural topics. Cities was talking about this today. We do have a first-class digital connection, just as good as in Europe. So that's a starting point. And we've also been working on digitalization policies. This is a state policy, and this has been seen in the different initiatives that have been taken. For example, Ceibal, that is already 20 years old, and the entire development of e-government, reaching even the prioritization of innovation, particularly from Uruguay 21. We are facilitating and simplifying commerce and investments. Bruno was saying, but I'd like to clarify that we have the single window of foreign trade. This is a platform to facilitate and digitalize all the foreign trade processes associated to imports and exports. Yesterday and today they were asking about the outcomes of this, and it has been decided that the ID of Uruguay is acknowledged for Brazilians. So Brazilians who have their ID can be recognized as Uruguayans. So this is a clear signal of the integration that we have here. This happens through, this provides a lot of potential and provides lots of projects to keep fostering this technology. And also related to investment, we want to develop UI, so there is interoperability. And besides being an information platform, it will show all the requirements that the local or foreign companies need to carry out this procedure through this single window for investments. So we believe that we have all the conditions already there, so we can leverage these projects. Thank you.
Pablo, we have all the conditions, so what else should we do? The agreement between the European Union and Mercosur, of course, there are opportunities that we still need to speak about that. You can tell us a little bit, but we also have trade agreements, and on top of that, we have developed with some countries like Korea and Japan some agreements that are only related to the digital, to the electronic digital trade that have, this is something that we could talk about. Yes, Vanessa, of course. After participating in this panel, we need to speak about optimism. The European Union and Uruguay share the vision, the policy, and the will to work together. So we are very much aligned in this area. So we need to have an optimistic message. Our next step now is going to enter into our agreement, and we also need to have a look at the impact, purely digital aspects for software, for video games. Of course, this is a great opportunity, but also, of course, there will be also opportunities in terms of investment and also in the way that companies have to settle in the different places, or the Uruguayan companies in Europe and European companies in Uruguay. And also, there are great facilities in terms of trade of goods, of traditional goods. The digital infrastructures, of course, are already available. But of course, as you are mentioning, we still need to go a little bit ahead. So, of course, we need to look at the European agenda. It is quite ambitious in terms of negotiating digital agreements. Our chapters, as you know, in the last generation, the digital trade agreement, which we are signed with Korea and Singapore. We need to continue working to see, of course, with the different partners in Mercosur, of course, Uruguay, where we can work on and how we can collaborate. And I think this is a framework that we can explore, but also there are other things that we can continue doing during this path. We can advance on integration, regulatory integration or regulatory cooperation. As I mentioned before, there's a lot of experience here. We could have done it better, but we can still discuss on these issues about these experiences that we have already have. And of course, there are different topics that we can mention: signature, cybersecurity. So I think we need to continue collaborating on this and having a look at the different aspects. And of course, later on, once we have this agreement in place, we can continue exploring and advance in terms of digital cooperation. Thank you very much. They are showing me the clock. I would like to finish with Damián and Juan. What would be the next innovation stages, and how can they be strengthened? Very briefly, and how can we strengthen these European companies? This is quite cliché, but artificial intelligence, we are already working on it in internal processes, but also in processes together with users. Of course, this is very incipient, but in the future we will, of course, have devices that may help us to, for example, I don't know, the fridge that realizes that we are missing certain products, so it will help us in our purchases and help provide us some help in trade. And also, this of course will accelerate a lot these things. And so, of course, this technological advance we thought was not at the beginning very clear. For example, voice ordering, but now we can see that marketplaces are already integrating with Gemini and ChatGPT so that we can make orders through these platforms. So there are many alternatives that have to do with interfaces and deepening the personalization of the purchase. This is a very broad question to answer in 30 seconds. Every time one person in the team comes with a new idea, are we sure that this is the best thing to be done and that it is correct? And sometimes we need to realize when things are not going so well or when things are wrong. I don't want to be a pessimistic message at the end of our panel, because of course Europe is making a great effort in having a good relationship with our country, but reflect upon our honesty, intellectual honesty, regarding some situations that we are. Where was Santa Claus born? Papa Noel, Santa. North Pole, en el Polo Norte. It was not born in Panama or in Shanghai. It is from the northern area, but it is Nordic. Historically, and the most well-known company, Europe has had an important leadership in toys. For example, Lego, which is a Danish company. In the 80s, in the 90s, China, of course, developed and the market, and one of the first industries that it involved in toys. Germany has been one of the promoters in terms of quality, in terms of certification, and nowadays, in the world, thanks to the together with Germany and other certified countries, which is we have the EEN 71 that has to do with quality standards, particularly related to toys. And every important in every part of the world, and particularly in our country, needs to adhere to this certification, to this standard, and who has to come to LATU to this so that they can show this and have this. And does this happen with Temo? No, it does not happen. So I don't want to have a negative or a pessimistic message, but we need to reflect upon correcting some things that are not going wrong. And this is to be intellectually honest. And I think it is a very unloyal competition with local market and also with the manufacturers in Europe. So what is our understanding? It is a phenomenon that we cannot stop. I can come to these spaces and share my views and call to reflection and to work a lot indoors in the differentiation, which I think, as I was saying at the beginning, Europe is a big ally and a big partnership because of the quality of its manufacturers and the objects and the goods, of course. So thank you very much. Thank you very much. Regarding the challenges, of course, we need to work together. Thank you very much. It's been a great panel to work together. Thank you. I'm sorry that the coffee break, we took some time from the coffee break, so all the financial sector will continue working.
Thank you, Vanessa. Thank you, all of you. Of course, we invite you to stand up for a group photo. And yes, we now invite you to share a networking coffee break until what time? For 20 minutes, please. So if you'd like to be back in 20 minutes so we can talk about cybersecurity and now do some networking. Thank you.
Let's build a digital future that is secure, sustainable, and protects people's rights. Since December 2020, the European Union, EU, and its member states have joined forces through the Digital for Development D4D Hub to strengthen international partnerships and support a human-centric digital transformation. The D4D Hub pools Team Europe's expertise and resources to support partners in Africa, Latin America, and the Caribbean, Asia Pacific, and the EU neighboring countries, driving real, lasting change for people and the planet. As a key mechanism of the EU's Global Gateway Strategy, the D4D Hub coordinates actions for increased impact. It is a platform for incubating initiatives, boosting digital investments, and fostering dialogue and collaboration among governments, financial institutions, businesses, civil society, and academia. The D4D Hub delivers results. For example, helping entrepreneurs scale green innovations, connecting people through secure and resilient infrastructure, empowering women in ICT leadership, and supporting governments to protect their citizens against cyber threats. By working closely with our global partners, we can create a shared vision for digital transformation, one that empowers, connects, and uplifts everyone. Join us. D4D Hub delivers results. For example, helping entrepreneurs scale green innovations, connecting people through secure
En
and
Ingenio,
resilient
contribuimos
infrastructure,
al desarrollo y
empowering
crecimiento de
women in
emprendimientos
ICT
con alto
leadership,
grado de
and supporting
innovación.
governments to
Somos la
protect
incubadora
their
de empresas de base
citizens
tecnológica del
against
LATU.
cyber threats.
Llevamos más de
By working
20
closely with our
años
global partners,
impulsando
we
el
can
avance del
create a
ecosistema
shared vision
emprendedor
for digital
uruguayo y su
transformation,
conexión con el mundo,
one that
brindando las
empowers,
capacidades
connects,
fundamentales
and
que
uplifts
permiten a los
everyone.
emprendedores alcanzar sus
Join us.
objetivos de negocio de forma sostenible en los principales sectores productivos del Uruguay. En Ingenio, los emprendedores se nutren y crecen de la mano de consultores y mentores expertos en áreas clave para el crecimiento de negocios. acceden a infraestructura de valor, forman parte de una exclusiva red de contactos, reciben apoyo para acceder a fondos de inversión privados, así como también a programas de financiación locales e internacionales. Vinculamos a los emprendedores con referentes de la industria, facilitando el acceso a recursos de alto valor, asistiéndolos en la identificación de oportunidades, la consolidación de sus propuestas de negocio, la apertura de mercados, el levantamiento de capital y la internacionalización. De la mano de redes locales y socios estratégicos internacionales, promovemos la realización de actividades y programas líderes que vinculan y fortalecen al ecosistema emprendedor nacional. Las empresas incubadas en Ingenio son parte de una comunidad activa de aprendizaje y vinculación, conformada por aquellos emprendedores graduados que devuelven a las nuevas generaciones el apoyo y asistencia que una vez recibieron. Ingenio, la comunidad de innovación tecnológica, donde las startups y socios estratégicos internacionales promovemos la realización de actividades y programas líderes que vinculan y fortalecen al ecosistema emprendedor nacional. Las empresas incubadas en Ingenio son parte de una comunidad activa de aprendizaje y
Innovation is key.
conformada por aquellos emprendedores graduados que
This is
devuelven a
why
las nuevas
innovation is
generaciones
everywhere,
el apoyo y
and we
asistencia que
are
una
where
vez
innovation is.
Ingenio, la
It is in
comunidad
what we
de
eat,
innovación tecnológica, donde
in
las
where we
startups
work,
crecen.
in the city and the countryside. This is an ecosystem with a thriving synergy between businesses, technology, education, and entrepreneurs. From here, we project across the entire country.
And we are where innovation
In Latu,
is.
we have been working along with Uruguayans for over half a century
And where we work.
for industries to achieve the highest quality
In the city
standards.
and the countryside.
We improve through research. We address the various needs
This
of
is an
small and
ecosystem
large
with a thriving
businesses.
synergy between businesses,
We understand that
technology,
innovation
education,
creates
and
opportunities,
entrepreneurs.
that science can be fun,
here,
and
we
that it helps
project
us to
across the
understand the
entire
world.
country.
We play a part in the strengthening of
Latu,
our
we have
industries
been working along
by
with
supporting
Uruguayans
them
for
from the
over
beginning.
half a century. For industries
We
to
look
achieve
after
the
what
highest
belongs to all
quality
of us.
standards. We improve through
Committing to
research.
current
We
challenges,
address the various needs
we
of small
advance
and
and
large
make
businesses.
change happen.
We understand that innovation creates opportunities.
This is how we open Uruguay's
that
door
science
to
can
the
be
world.
fun, and that it helps us to understand the world. We play a part in the strengthening of our industries.
We
By
continue to
supporting them
explore
from the
new
beginning.
paths to the future.
We look
To
after what
explore it
belongs to
together.
all of us.
We are
Committing to
Latu.
current challenges. We advance and make change happen. This is how we open Uruguay's door to the world.
El Made in Uruguay innova, sorprende y avanza. Somos el segundo productor de energías limpias del mundo y creemos que el futuro energético está en la movilidad eléctrica y el hidrógeno verde. Liderando en energías renovables, lograremos la neutralidad en emisiones de carbono en 2050.
Fuimos los primeros en el mundo en darle a cada niño en la escuela su laptop. Somos el mayor exportador de software per cápita de la región.
Uruguay innova,
Lideramos en
sorprende y
e-government
avanza.
en la región e integramos el D9.
Somos el segundo productor de
Tenemos
energías
la mayor
limpias del
cobertura de
mundo
fibra óptica y
creemos que
telefonía
el
de la
futuro
región.
energético
Estamos
está en la
avanzando en
movilidad
5G
eléctrica
y en
el
producción
hidrógeno
sostenible
verde.
y tecnologías de bajas
Liderando
emisiones
energías renovables,
para desarrollar la
lograremos
economía
neutralidad
circular
en
y la
emisiones
industria
de carbono en
4.0.
2050. Nuestro sistema
los primeros
emprendedor
en el
en
mundo
tecnologías de la
en darle a cada
información
niño en la
tiene más
escuela
de
su
30
laptop.
años.
Somos el
Sabre,
mayor exportador
BAS,
de software per
Merck,
cápita
como
de la
muchas
región.
otras empresas, han elegido la
Lideramos en
UI
e-government
para
en la
establecer
región.
su jab de
Integramos
negocios.
el D9.
Volkswagen eligió a Uruguay para lanzar su auto
Tenemos la
eléctrico
mayor
en América
cobertura de
Latina,
fibra
a la
óptica
vez
y
que el
telefonía de la
unicornio
región.
uruguayo
Estamos
T-Local bate
avanzando en
récords
5G
en Wall
y en
Street.
producción sostenible
Desarrollamos y
y tecnologías
testeamos
de
los
bajas
videojuegos
emisiones
más
para
populares del
desarrollar la
planeta.
economía
Producimos
circular y la
satélites que
industria
están en órbita o
4.0.
sofisticados dispositivos médicos. Organizamos el primer mundial de robótica y subimos al podio. Producimos mucho conocimiento científico. Le sacamos el jugo a nuestros cerebros.
Desde hace 30 años, Uruguay viene plantando millones de árboles para desarrollar una industria forestal de forma sustentable y armoniosa con el entorno. Cuidando la biodiversidad, esta actividad se complementa con la producción ganadera, capturando gases de efecto invernadero. Mientras todo esto pasa, nuestros bosques nativos crecen cada año, porque somos amigos de la naturaleza.
Evolucionamos el Made in Nature para producir las mejores carnes del mundo. Fuimos pioneros en desplegar un sistema de trazabilidad que nos permite identificar y seguir a cada uno de nuestros 12 millones de vacunos, que son el fruto de una evolución genética única. Con 400 años de historia, llevamos al mundo alimentos de calidad, carnes, pescados, soja, malta, arroz, citrus, trigo, lácteos y vinos multipremiados.
Somos tan disruptivos que le vendemos caviar a Rusia, café a Colombia, aceite de oliva a España y ratones genéticamente modificados a Japón. Criamos caballos de película, producimos cueros para autos de alta gama y lanas y textiles que terminan con Greta en la tapa de Vogue o en las vidrieras de Chanel, Chloe o Stella McCartney.
Nuestra creatividad nos permite exportar diseño en moda, arquitectura, gráfica y joyería. Nuestro talento y paisajes se reflejan en series y films que producimos para Amazon, Netflix, Disney, HBO o Sony. Uno de los Stones le regaló una loop guitar uruguaya a sus hijas para que aprendieran. El Made in Uruguay te deja eléctrico.
Tenemos actitud y pienso. Y estamos decididos. Es nuestro tiempo. Es el momento de Uruguay. Un país con escala humana. Creativo, trabajador, serio, relajado, que respira libertad en cada esquina y que conquista el mundo con cada producto y servicio de calidad que producimos.
Unusual, free, test Uruguay.
The Latin America and Caribbean Cyber Competence Center, LAC4, is the training and knowledge hub for sharing expertise in cybersecurity and cybercrime. As a flagship initiative of the European Union-funded EU CyberNet project, LAC4 facilitates practical cybersecurity collaboration between the LAC region and the EU, along with other like-minded partners. With premises in Santo Domingo, Dominican Republic, complemented by 4 virtual sub-hubs of each corner of this vast region, LAC4 helps countries to build national and regional cybersecurity ecosystems based on the principles of an open, free, secure, and inclusive cyberspace. We organize diverse cyber capacity building activities across the whole LAC region in promoting cyber awareness, strategy and regulations, strengthening cyber diplomacy and technical capacities for more efficient incident handling and cyber crisis management. Every year, LAC4 hosts a regional conference, Cyber Week at LAC4, and CSERT Symposium, Oktoberfest. These events bring together cybersecurity practitioners across the whole region to discuss latest cybersecurity developments and foster cooperation. Come on board as a participant nation and let's join our forces for a more cybersecure and resilient LAC region.
Cuando algo nace, pasan muchas cosas al mismo tiempo. Es un gran cruce de caminos. En este caso, se cruzaron la imaginación con las ganas, la visión con la creatividad, el diseño con la idea de red. Pero sobre todo, se cruzó la intención de potenciar la innovación con la manera de ser de un país. Uruguay es innovación, está en sus genes. Por eso, UMASI llega para consolidar un país basado en el conocimiento sostenible que tenga como faro el mundo. Llega para catalizar ese gran ecosistema de investigación e innovación y así generar más valor agregado, diversificar la matriz productiva y generar empleos de calidad. Bienvenido, UMASI. Uruguay innova.
Let's build a digital future that is secure, sustainable, and protects people's rights. Since December 2020, the European Union, EU, and its member states have joined forces through the Digital for Development D4D Hub to strengthen international partnerships and support a human-centric digital transformation. The D4D Hub pools Team Europe's expertise and resources to support partners in Africa, Latin America, and the Caribbean, Asia Pacific, and the EU neighboring countries, driving real, lasting change for people and the planet. As a key mechanism of the EU's Global Gateway Strategy, the D4D Hub coordinates actions for increased impact. It is a platform for incubating initiatives, boosting digital investments, and fostering dialogue and collaboration among governments, financial institutions, businesses, civil society, and academia. The D4D Hub delivers results. For example, helping entrepreneurs scale green innovations, connecting people through secure and resilient infrastructure, empowering women in ICT leadership, and supporting governments to protect their citizens against cyber threats. By working closely with our global partners, we can create a shared vision for digital transformation, one that empowers, connects, and uplifts everyone. Join us.
En Ingenio, contribuimos al desarrollo y crecimiento de emprendimientos con alto grado de innovación. Somos la incubadora de empresas de base tecnológica del LATU. Llevamos más de 20 años impulsando el avance del ecosistema emprendedor uruguayo y su conexión con el mundo, brindando las capacidades fundamentales que permiten a los emprendedores alcanzar sus objetivos de negocio de forma sostenible en los principales sectores productivos del Uruguay. En Ingenio, los emprendedores se nutren y crecen de la mano de consultores y mentores expertos en áreas clave para el crecimiento de negocios. Acceden a infraestructura de valor. Forman parte de una exclusiva red de contactos. Reciben apoyo para acceder a fondos de inversión privados, así como también a programas de financiación locales e internacionales. Vinculamos a los emprendedores con referentes de la industria, facilitando el acceso a recursos de alto valor, asistiéndolos en la identificación de oportunidades, la consolidación de sus propuestas de negocio, la apertura de mercados, el levantamiento de capital y la internacionalización. De la mano de redes locales y socios estratégicos internacionales, promovemos la realización de actividades y programas líderes que vinculan y fortalecen al ecosistema emprendedor nacional. Las empresas incubadas en Ingenio son parte de una comunidad activa de aprendizaje y vinculación, conformada por aquellos emprendedores graduados que devuelven a las nuevas generaciones el apoyo y asistencia que una vez recibieron. Ingenio, la comunidad de innovación tecnológica donde las startups crecen.
Innovation is key. This is why innovation is everywhere. And we are where innovation is. It is in what we eat, in where we work, in the city and the countryside. This is an ecosystem with a thriving synergy between businesses, technology, education, and entrepreneurs. From here, we project across the entire country. In LATU, we have been working along with Uruguayans for over half a century for industries to achieve the highest quality standards. We improve through research. We address the various needs of small and large businesses. We understand that innovation creates opportunities, that science can be fun, and that it helps us to understand the world. We play a part in the strengthening of our industries by supporting them from the beginning. We look after what belongs to all of us, committing to current challenges. We advance and make change happen. This is how we open Uruguay's door to the world. We continue to explore new paths to the future. To explore it together. We are LATU.
El Made in Uruguay innova, sorprende y avanza. Somos el segundo productor de energías limpias del mundo y creemos que el futuro energético está en la movilidad eléctrica y el hidrógeno verde. Liderando en energías renovables, lograremos la neutralidad en emisiones de carbono en 2050.
Fuimos los primeros en el mundo en darle a cada niño en la escuela su laptop. Somos el mayor exportador de software per cápita de la región. Lideramos en e-government en la región e integramos el D9. Tenemos la mayor cobertura de fibra óptica y telefonía de la región. Estamos avanzando en 5G y en producción sostenible y tecnologías de bajas emisiones para desarrollar la economía circular y la industria 4.0.
Nuestro sistema emprendedor en tecnologías de la información tiene más de 30 años. Sabre, BAS, Merck, como muchas otras empresas, han elegido la UI para establecer su jab de negocios. Volkswagen eligió a Uruguay para lanzar su auto eléctrico en América Latina, a la vez que el unicornio uruguayo D-Local bate récords en Wall Street. Desarrollamos y testeamos los videojuegos más populares del planeta. Producimos satélites que están en órbita o sofisticados dispositivos médicos. Organizamos el primer mundial de robótica y subimos al podio. Producimos mucho conocimiento científico. Le sacamos el jugo a nuestros cerebros.
Desde hace 30 años, Uruguay viene plantando millones de árboles para desarrollar una industria forestal de forma sustentable y armoniosa con el entorno. Cuidando la biodiversidad, esta actividad se complementa con la producción ganadera, capturando gases de efecto invernadero. Mientras todo esto pasa, nuestros bosques nativos crecen cada año, porque somos amigos de la naturaleza.
Evolucionamos el Made in Nature para producir las mejores carnes del mundo. Fuimos pioneros en desplegar un sistema de trazabilidad que nos permite identificar y seguir a cada uno de nuestros 12 millones de vacunos, que son el fruto de una evolución genética única. Con 400 años de historia, llevamos al mundo alimentos de calidad, carnes, pescados, soja, malta, arroz, citrus, trigo, lácteos y vinos multipremiados.
Somos tan disruptivos que le vendemos caviar a Rusia, café a Colombia, aceite de oliva a España y ratones genéticamente modificados a Japón. Criamos caballos de película, producimos cueros para autos de alta gama y lanas y textiles que terminan con Greta en la tapa de Vogue o en las vidrieras de Chanel, Chloe o Stella McCartney.
Nuestra creatividad nos permite exportar diseño en moda, arquitectura, gráfica y joyería. Nuestro talento y paisajes se reflejan en series y films que producimos para Amazon, Netflix, Disney, HBO o Sony. Uno de los Stones le regaló una loop guitar uruguaya a sus hijas para que aprendieran. El Made in Uruguay te deja eléctrico.
Tenemos actitud y pienso. Y estamos decididos. Es nuestro tiempo. Es el momento de Uruguay. Un país con escala humana. Creativo, trabajador, serio, relajado, que respira libertad en cada esquina y que conquista el mundo con cada producto y servicio de calidad que producimos.
Unusual, free. Test Uruguay.
The Latin America and Caribbean Cyber Competence Center, LAC4, is the training and knowledge hub for sharing expertise in cybersecurity and cybercrime. As a flagship initiative of the European Union-funded EU CyberNet project, LAC4 facilitates practical cybersecurity collaboration between the LAC region and the EU, along with other like-minded partners. With premises in Santo Domingo, Dominican Republic, complemented by 4 virtual sub-hubs of each corner of this vast region, LAC4 helps countries to build national and regional cybersecurity ecosystems based on the principles of an open, free, secure, and inclusive cyberspace. We organize diverse cyber capacity building activities across the whole LAC region in promoting cyber awareness, strategy and regulations, strengthening cyber diplomacy and technical capacities for more efficient incident handling and cyber crisis management. Every year, LAC4 hosts a regional conference, Cyber Week at LAC4, and CSAT Symposium, Oktoberfest. These events bring together cybersecurity practitioners across the whole region to discuss latest cybersecurity developments and foster cooperation. Come on board as a participant nation and let's join our forces for a more cybersecure and resilient LAC region.
Cuando algo nace, pasan muchas cosas al mismo tiempo. Es un gran cruce de caminos. En este caso, se cruzaron la imaginación con las ganas, la visión con la creatividad, el diseño con la idea de red. Pero sobre todo, se cruzó la intención de potenciar la innovación con la manera de ser de un país. Uruguay es innovación, está en sus genes. Por eso, UMASI llega para consolidar un país basado en el conocimiento sostenible que tenga como faro el mundo. Llega para catalizar ese gran ecosistema de investigación e innovación y así generar más valor agregado, diversificar la matriz productiva y generar empleos de calidad. Bienvenido, UMASI. Uruguay innova.
Let's build a digital future that is secure, sustainable, and protects people's rights. Since December 2020, the European Union, EU, and its member states have joined forces through the Digital for Development D4D Hub to strengthen international partnerships and support a human-centric digital transformation. The D4D Hub pools Team Europe's expertise and resources to support partners in Africa, Latin America, and the Caribbean, Asia Pacific, and the EU neighboring countries, driving real, lasting change for people and the planet. As a key mechanism of the EU's Global Gateway Strategy, the D4D Hub coordinates actions for increased impact. It is a platform for incubating initiatives, boosting digital investments, and fostering dialogue and collaboration among governments, financial institutions, businesses, civil society, and academia. The D4D Hub delivers results. For example, helping entrepreneurs scale green innovations, connecting people through secure and resilient infrastructure, empowering women in ICT leadership, and supporting governments to protect their citizens against cyber threats. By working closely with our global partners, we can create a shared vision for digital transformation, one that empowers, connects, and uplifts everyone. Join us.
En Ingenio, contribuimos al desarrollo y crecimiento de emprendimientos con alto grado de innovación. Somos la incubadora de empresas de base tecnológica del LATU. Llevamos más de 20 años impulsando el avance del ecosistema emprendedor uruguayo y su conexión con el mundo, brindando las capacidades fundamentales que permiten a los emprendedores alcanzar sus objetivos de negocio de forma sostenible en los principales sectores productivos del Uruguay. En Ingenio, los emprendedores se nutren y crecen de la mano de consultores y mentores expertos en áreas clave para el crecimiento de negocios. Acceden a infraestructura de valor. Forman parte de una exclusiva red de contactos. Reciben apoyo para acceder a fondos de inversión privados, así como también a programas de financiación locales e internacionales. Vinculamos a los emprendedores con referentes de la industria, facilitando el acceso a recursos de alto valor, asistiéndolos en la identificación de oportunidades, la consolidación de sus propuestas de negocio, la apertura de mercados, el levantamiento de capital y la internacionalización. De la mano de redes locales y socios estratégicos internacionales, promovemos la realización de actividades y programas líderes que vinculan y fortalecen al ecosistema emprendedor nacional. Las empresas incubadas en Ingenio son parte de una comunidad activa de aprendizaje y vinculación, conformada por aquellos emprendedores graduados que devuelven a las nuevas generaciones el apoyo y asistencia que una vez recibieron. Ingenio, la comunidad de innovación tecnológica donde las startups crecen.
Innovation is key. This is why innovation is everywhere. And we are where innovation is. It is in what we eat, in where we work, in the city and the countryside. This is an ecosystem with a thriving synergy between businesses, technology, education, and entrepreneurs. From here, we project across the entire country. In LATU, we have been working along with Uruguayans for over half a century for industries to achieve the highest quality standards. We improve through research. We address the various needs of small and large businesses. We understand that innovation creates opportunities, that science can be fun, and that it helps us to understand the world. We play a part in the strengthening of our industries by supporting them from the beginning. We look after what belongs to all of us, committing to current challenges. We advance and make change happen. This is how we open Uruguay's door to the world. We continue to explore new paths to the future, to explore it together. We are LATU.
El Made in Uruguay innova, sorprende y avanza. Somos el segundo productor de energías limpias del mundo y creemos que el futuro energético está en la movilidad eléctrica y el hidrógeno verde. Liderando en energías renovables, lograremos la neutralidad en emisiones de carbono en 2050.
Fuimos los primeros en el mundo en darle a cada niño en la escuela su laptop. Somos el mayor exportador de software per cápita de la región. Lideramos en e-government en la región e integramos el D9. Tenemos la mayor cobertura de fibra óptica y telefonía de la región. Estamos avanzando en 5G y en producción sostenible y tecnologías de bajas emisiones para desarrollar la economía circular y la industria 4.0.
Nuestro sistema emprendedor en tecnologías de la información tiene más de 30 años. Sabre, VAS, Merck, como muchas otras empresas, han elegido la UI para establecer su jab de negocios. Volkswagen eligió a Uruguay para lanzar su auto eléctrico en América Latina, a la vez que el unicornio uruguayo D-Local bate récords en Wall Street. Desarrollamos y testeamos los videojuegos más populares del planeta. Producimos satélites que están en órbita o sofisticados dispositivos médicos. Organizamos el primer mundial de robótica y subimos al podio. Producimos mucho conocimiento científico. Le sacamos el jugo a nuestros cerebros.
Desde hace 30 años, Uruguay viene plantando millones de árboles para desarrollar una industria forestal de forma sustentable y armoniosa con el entorno. Cuidando la biodiversidad, esta actividad se complementa con la producción ganadera, capturando gases de efecto invernadero. Mientras todo esto pasa, nuestros bosques nativos crecen cada año, porque somos amigos de la naturaleza.
Evolucionamos el Made in Nature para producir las mejores carnes del mundo. Fuimos pioneros en desplegar un sistema de trazabilidad que nos permite identificar y seguir a cada uno de nuestros 12 millones de vacunos, que son el fruto de una evolución genética única. Con 400 años de historia, llevamos al mundo alimentos de calidad, carnes, pescados, soja, malta, arroz, citrus, trigo, lácteos y vinos multipremiados.
Somos tan disruptivos que le vendemos caviar a Rusia, café a Colombia, aceite de oliva a España y ratones genéticamente modificados a Japón. Criamos caballos de película, producimos cueros para autos de alta gama y lanas y textiles que terminan con Greta en la tapa de Vogue o en las vidrieras de Chanel, Chloe o Stella McCartney.
Nuestra creatividad nos permite exportar diseño en moda, arquitectura, gráfica y joyería. Nuestro talento y paisajes se reflejan en series y films que producimos para Amazon, Netflix, Disney, HBO o Sony. Uno de los Stones le regaló una loop guitar uruguaya a sus hijas para que aprendieran. El Made in Uruguay te deja eléctrico.
Tenemos actitud y pienso.
Well,
y
that was a
estamos
very
decididos.
enjoyable
Es nuestro
coffee.
tiempo.
We're all here
Es el
to
momento de
restart.
Uruguay. Un país con escala humana, creativo, trabajador, serio, relajado,
Particular
que
to
respira
those
libertad en
who were
cada esquina
with us
y que conquista el mundo con
Welcome back
cada
to the
producto y
6th
servicio.
European Investment Forum in Uruguay, Digital Connection Without Borders. I would like to remind you that this event continues tomorrow with a virtual business roundtable in sectors related to digitalization. Remember that Uruguayan and European companies interested in participating can register on the specific platform available on this forum's website. You will find in this website also information on the screens in the entrance hall as well as on the screening boards. So having said that, we will begin the second part of today's session with a cybersecurity panel. We have a group of distinguished experts to discuss a key topic that determines the reliability of the digital ecosystem. To start, I would welcome our moderator. Please approach the stage. Sodorte Bose, please, Head of Cooperation of the European Union Delegation in Uruguay. Thank you so much. Welcome. And we're also going to invite the members of this panel of cybersecurity. So please, Daniel Mordecki, thank you so much, Executive Director of the Agency for Electronic Government and Information and Knowledge Society of Uruguay, AGESIC. Thank you, Mr. Mordecki. And we'd also like Jacqueline Lopez to approach the stage. She's the leader of government and policy advocacy for LATAM South from Ericsson. Thank you very much, Jacqueline. And we will also have two online panelists. So thank you, Jacqueline. And we have there our two online panelists. César Molinet, policy expert, European Project LAC4 from the Dominican Republic. Hello, César, welcome. And Gori Chaché, Chief Information Security Officer and Data Protection Officer from EDF International Networks from France. Thank you very much. Go ahead. Thank you very much, Soledad, for moderating our panel. Welcome to this sixth edition of the European Investment Forum in Uruguay. Olivier had also talked about cybersecurity, mentioning it's an important pillar for our digital alliance between the European Union and Latin America and the Caribbean. We'd like to discuss with this panel today which are the different perspectives and strategies regarding cybersecurity. From the European Union delegation, we're following very closely the work of AGESIC. Mostly, we're supporting different pillars of our alliance between continents, involving, of course, cybersecurity. As you know, the European Union has very clear strategies of cybersecurity since 2020. And I'd also like to mention that the reports of cybersecurity are very, very interesting, and you can see how the incidents are increasing. This is a complicated geopolitical situation in Europe, and this is a problem, of course, that Uruguay can face. So cybersecurity with its strategy is important to target, to aim on these problems, and we're working jointly on those. So to open the round of questions, I'd like to start with Daniel Mordecki from AGESIC. We'd like to thank you. Which are the strategies and the policies within Uruguay to target cybersecurity in your country? In your view, what are the key factors for maintaining a stable public cybersecurity policy? I ask you, please, to answer in only 2-3 minutes. Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for the invitation. Digitalization of the world, also digitalized crime. It is hard to say when the change took place, but there is a process. The problem of cyber crimes, attacks, was a kind of crime of a specific kind, and now we have other crimes such as people's market of people and drug trafficking. And as any organization, we need to fight about this, and as we cannot do it, as they cannot do it legally, they do it through through digital crime. So they have a common path where information, money, opportunities to commit crime are happening. And this is a new scenario. The problem of cybersecurity is a horizontal, a universal problem for all of us. What's our role? AGESIC must coordinate, unlike the security within the country, our transporters, police officers, or armed forces. Here we have a technical role of coordination to define policies, to coordinate all this. And this is our role legally, the role of AGESIC. We are responsible for monitoring and responding and coordinating. And we do this very well. We work with the Ministry of Defense and the Ministry of Local Security, Interior. So we have just opened a new line, which would be a critic towards the cybersecurity world. We do not talk about the problems of people in cybersecurity and digital security. What happens with us, with our devices? And we are, as people, a very weak target or an easy target. There are many, many attacks and crimes, stealing identity, sexual abuse, forgeries, extortions, and all these happens to people with criminals. And head by the president of the Secretary of Presidency, Alejandro Sanchez, we have created a first-level group. And although things are already being done, we need to take a further step of coordination of the different competent institutions to launch a public security policy to align positions and to filling some of the gaps that we have from the regulatory point of view. This is something we have started that will be implemented. I will provide results briefly. We have to coordinate, we have to see some details about this, but we need this. We need to provide to citizens the tools for a responsible, controlled, and free use of technologies, and to have the tools to mitigate any issues and, of course, to pursue the criminals. Thank you very much to offer this perspective from the public point of view. And the strategies that you were talking about are very interesting, how to protect better the citizens. Let's see a different perspective now of the private sector. This is a Swedish company. We need to know what are your requirements. What is the perspective of Ericsson? What do you need in terms of cybersecurity in the public and private alliance in the sector of communications, which is also a critical topic? So we'd like to know your experience and your needs. Good morning. Thank you very much for the invitation to the delegation of the European Union. It's a pleasure to be here. I hope you understand my Portuguese and Spanish combined. It is very important to know that the digital transformation has brought already 5G to Uruguay. We have an attention plan in Uruguay, and this technology brings lots of benefits. The first has to do with economic growth. We have studies that have shown that 50% of the GDP of Latin America will grow up to 2030 because of 5G, because this is the technology that enables many different sectors. The competitiveness of agriculture and industry 4.0 and ports and others will increase. Besides this economic growth, one of the priorities of the European Union is sustainability, and this is also our priority in Ericsson. And 5G will drop down 15% the emissions until 2030, and it will be contributing to energy efficiency. Traffic of data will increase 4 times, and consumption of energy will be stable. Finally, the last benefit is to close the digital gap. As our colleagues from the previous panel mentioned, with the correct public policies, we can bring connectivity to more remote areas such as schools or healthcare services and others. That is why it is we are very proud as a company that is a pioneer of technologies. And we are in Uruguay already. We have been here for more than 10 years, and we are working on this transformation of the digital field by the implementation of 5G. So the next steps in the future for innovation will be a combination of the mobile system, 5G, of the cloud, and artificial intelligence. And all these will transform our society. And all this requires cybersecurity, of course. As director of AGESIC was commenting, cybersecurity, which is already important, will be even more important for everyone, because technologies are not limited to the telecommunications sector. Technology is everywhere. So what do we do in Ericsson in terms of cybersecurity? We focus on the final experience of users. We are a B2B company, our clients are integrators, and we are focused in the final users. So we see there's an interdependence of different groups, and this can lead to this. How do we do this? We start by participating in the standardization process. The telecommunications sector, to have a scale, a global scale, needs harmonization. And we proudly participate in the leadership of some international organizations in terms of cybersecurity, so that the rules are standardized. After that, we understand that cybersecurity is a joint effort. So this is part of our process to have a chain of participants in cybersecurity. And the third rule of thumb is the implementation of the processes. And finally, the processes. How do we mitigate risks? How do we take actions upon any problem that might appear, so we can have a system with cybersecurity facing or thinking of the final user. So cybersecurity is not specific for telecommunications, and it is not specific of one country. It depends on a cooperation, an international cooperation, and on a private-public cooperation. In that sense, we fully support this kind of dialogues with participation of the private and public sector, so we can exchange experiences, not only of a single country, global experiences, in order to mitigate the risks and to avoid problems for the entire society. In this private-public cooperation, I'd like to point out, particularly in this forum, the 5G toolbox of the European Union. This is a reference, very important for our region. I have colleagues over here who will be talking more about this, what we have done in this alliance with Mercosur and Latin America with the European Union. But this will support the development of technologies following the rules of cybersecurity. We want to leverage innovation, of course, but we need to follow the route of cybersecurity and follow all the steps so we have a safe connectivity. We are happy to be part of the process in Ericsson. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jacqueline, for explaining how you see the challenges that we have and all the alliances. We will now give the floor to another sector. It's going to be electricity, as you mentioned. Cybersecurity, it's not only related to telecommunication, as you said. So, Guerri, I'm sure if I'm pronouncing it properly. So, I would like to know how you see this in the critical infrastructure, where there has been many incidents, mainly in Europe, and we would like to know what is the experience of the EDF experience at a global level, which is a company which is based in France. And also, you have also worked with UTE, so we would like to know how, well, you know that Utah has a monopoly of the electrical distribution, so I would like to know how far the experiences have gone and how you see that. And also, how is it possible that we avoid certain problems when there is a monopoly? If that fails, there is no electricity. And what would be the lessons learned after the treatment of cybersecurity and energy in general? Thank you very much, Gary. Thank you very much for the invitation. I hope you can listen to me well. EDF International, it is an affiliate of EDFs that works with other electricity companies in the world. And I am in charge of cybersecurity for all the entities around the world. Today, electricity companies need intelligent users and infrastructure and networking. But this is also related to other kind of supplies. Before, industrial energies were separated they were separated from IT technologies. But nowadays, the intelligent users, so that they are linked. And this has many levels. Furthermore, changing them is not easy and it costs a lot of money. So before starting any decision, we must understand cybersecurity from the beginning. This is very important. For the second question, of course, energy, electric energy is fundamental for all these exchanges. So it is one of the most important from the industrial systems. And the availability, of course, is very significant. We need electricity all the time without interruptions. So we need to ensure this availability so that we can develop and implement this deeply. Because many of our customers work particularly on a particular parametrics. But we need to have a plan of business continuity so that they can attack or work on crisis situations. So this has been very significant, for example, in the war between Ukraine and Russia. And this has been very clear when they didn't have this. This is very important. Besides, electric energy is fundamental for any country. So after this, during this war, different malware has occurred, which has been the WIPO. It is a malware that affects objectives to damage companies or a country. And particular, during my missions, I have seen some blackouts or a massive blackout that may have a consequence, a final consequence, to distribute this malware and change in government. So the impact can be so strong that it can affect the whole country and the government. So it is really important to have this plan of business continuity ready. Thank you so much. Thank you, Gary, for your perspective, for telling us about this electricity scope. César, it's your turn now. This is the European perspective. He works for LAC4. It is a center of cybersecurity between Latin America and the Caribbean. It it's been working for 3 years, so it is really a successful situation, a successful case where we can exchange good practices. So Cesar is going to explain us a little bit more. So I would like you to explain what the LAC4 project is, and what is it exactly that it does. And the second question would be, what are the tools or practices that you believe that have been adopted most effectively, if you have an overview in this sense? Thank you. The floor is yours. Thank you very much. Welcome, everybody. Welcome, colleagues and friends. Certainly, I had all the intention to be here. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to be here, but I really wanted you to know that next time I would like to enjoy a delicious chivito and on your company, of course. So the first question, let's think about that. If LAC4 is more than a sandbox, is really a bridge, an operational bridge that unites Europe with Latin America and the Caribbean in the training, in the building of capacities, of digital capacities. So it has been funded by the European Union. It has a physical headquarters here in Santo Domingo, in the Dominican Republic, where I am now. And we are like a center of training, of counseling for all the region, where we offer not only training capacities and the support in the development of policies, so that we can cater for different aspects of cybersecurity. So, and we do this together or aligned with this initiative that you have been mentioning since the first words, the ULAC Digital Alliance, which embraces all this policy umbrella that has to be taken together. So we are more or less like the operational arm, so that this can be put into practice. So, for example, to give you one example, very practical example, because I haven't got much time, we have been working a lot since 2022 with Uruguay, and together with AGESIC, we have supported many activities, for example, workshops, awareness workshop in this, and for public officers, for international employees, for students, and for different, also for journalists. And so we have provided a course on cyber diplomacy, so that the new diplomats that start their career already know how the different aspects, not only in terms of technology, but also cybersecurity, have a lot to do in, or are taking part in these forums that are taking place. And regarding the national strategy of Uruguay, we supported this strategy as such, but then the revision afterwards in the revision stage. And finally, two initiatives that were really important. One that took place in November, that started in November last year. That was an activity that took place together with CUT. It was a workshop about cybersecurity from the design point of view. We worked on for 3 days on a specific training to improve their development skills based on these security based on design. And also another activity that is taking place nowadays together with AGESIC, and also a plan to address cyber crisis, so that they have all the necessary tools or resources to be able to cater for these situations. So to finish, I would like to mention 3 aspects that I would like to highlight. One that has to do with the good practices that are going to be implemented by any country, that could be implemented by any countries. and that are being considered by Uruguay. And the second one that has to do CECIR or other organizations that are helping the one, for example, telecommunications, energy, or finance, and also through organizations and practices, we improve the capacities in terms of response. And finally, the legal framework together with public policies. We have seen, for example, that many countries have started developing strategies and initiatives. For example, in the case of cybercrime, for example, they are now joining the Budapest Convention in laws related to cybercrime, so that they take these things into account, for example, such as good practices like NIC 1 or NIC 2. And also the combination of these three elements enables Uruguay to attack these threats, to be able to address these threats. And also it's very important to promote Uruguayan talent, and I am particularly proud about this. Her Cybertrack, which is a program that we implemented together with UTE and GIZ, where we incorporated 15 women from Uruguay that came to Santo Domingo, where they had a training course for 1 week regarding incident response. And LAC 4, we try to be less a project and more a platform. We really have the practices from the European Union. We have Latin America and the Caribbean that have a lot of creativity on real cases and successful cases, and we try to combine these good practices so that we offer a more secure cyberspace.
Thank you very much, Cesar, for your very practical examples of the platform. You've answered also the question that was pending, so you've been very efficient. So, Daniel Mordecki, I'd like to know, what's your opinion of platforms like LAC 4? Do you see them useful towards the future? How do you see them developing? I subscribe 100% the words of Cesar. For Uruguay, for small countries such as ours, we need to relate with others. This is not something new. Everyone knows this. When we have an organization, a platform that is receptive, that works jointly, this is great. I'd also like to add 2 more initiatives that were not included in the list, but we have them. With LAC 4, we are organizing a cybersecurity workshop for journalists. We have a problem in Uruguay with the press. Cybercrime is the only area in which the criminal says something, and 30 seconds later, without any checking, without seeing the impact, this information is in portals already, and no one checks this. The press shouldn't work that way. We have a mature press system, and this is an impediment that we have, and LAC 4 is helping us to solve it. We also have an event that has been postponed, but is being organized already in Uruguay with LAC 4, which has to do with cybersecurity in the urban sector, in cities. For us, the activities, the work with LAC 4 and with Europe it comes from well behind. We follow, of course, a European model. Europe is very large, and there can be some complications in the relationship between countries. In our case, we are a small country with institutions that are rather simple, but I'd like to point out that the work that we're doing in digital signature and digital identification, well, this is required already for companies and people to be identified digitally. And if there's no support of this, we need the paperwork, and we need the certifications and apostille and bureaucracy that complicate and add costs to the users. Uruguay was the first country that requested the European Union the acknowledgement of the digital signature of our country. This is happening now. The European Union had lots of technical modifications to do, and we're working on that. And we are really willing to close this cycle. Uruguay is a leader in the region in this regard, in digital signature. 1 week ago, we issued or presented the possibility of doing transactions in Latin America using your own digital identification in some other country, and this is possible because of the single trade window for e-commerce. This doesn't have a significant use for the general population, but it is very important for any of those who are using this single trade window. So this is possible for any company in Brazil, for example, to do, and this adds fluidity to commerce and with Europe as well. We're working on that. Thank you very much. I think that we are already on time. I think that regarding another topic that we've talked about here is cybersecurity and innovation. How do we transmit this idea to the citizens? This would be the topic of a second panel. So I'd like to thank the panelists here. I think this has been very interesting. We have seen the public and the private sector and the European companies' participation as well. Thank you very much. A round of applause for the panelists. Thank you. Thank you very much. We invite you, please, to stand up for the photo. We'd like to thank you, of course. Many times we don't have enough time to delve deeper into topics so important as cybersecurity. This panel that discussed the point of view of Uruguay and the European Union and found many common points of discussion was very useful. Thank you very much to all participants. We continue with another short pitch by Sergio Nesmashnou, who is a researcher at the University of the Republic, whom we invite to approach the stage. He will discuss the recently developed EU LAC Caribbean supercomputer network that proves that technological infrastructure strengthens regional research and innovation, as well as the connection between continents. We will start by watching an introductory video. Thank you.
La supercomputación es una herramienta esencial para impulsar la ciencia y el desarrollo tecnológico. El Centro Nacional de Supercomputación ofrece el mayor poder de cómputo del país al servicio de la investigación, la educación y la innovación.
Servidores de cómputo y procesadores gráficos para la resolución de complejos problemas científicos e industriales. Química y biotecnología, inteligencia artificial, ciencia y sociedad, eficiencia energética y análisis climático.
Clúster UI forma parte de la red de supercomputadoras UELAC que conecta América Latina, el Caribe y Europa para compartir infraestructura. La red de supercomputación UELAC fortalece la colaboración científica, la formación y el desarrollo de soluciones tecnológicas avanzadas.
La cooperación internacional permite conectar, potenciar las capacidades de investigación e innovación y multiplicar las oportunidades para todos.
Hello. Thank you very much for this opportunity. I have a few minutes to talk about our platform of this EU-ELAC Caribbean Supercomputer Network, which is available to be used for research projects and technological development and for companies and the industry. Particularly in this forum, it is important to point out that this supercomputer network is between Latin America and the Caribbean and the European Union. This is a project with which we have been working for more than 20 years, and it is now fostered by and promoted by more than 30 countries. And we have then a platform for processing information, and this is much more powerful than what we could reach on a local level. The tool is available. We are in the School of Engineering, and the website of our platform is cluster.ui, and you can access there to see what are the characteristics, the services. We work with different actors and agents of innovation and digitalization sector, and we're available for anything you might need for the development of technological processes that require this kind of processing to reach a competitive level, to develop good products. And well, thank you very much. I think I've been very quick and brief, considering the time we had to present the platform. So we are behind here, and if you want to contact us, we're here to offer you our services. Thank you very much.
Thank you for providing the details about the recently developed EU-LAC Caribbean Supercomputer Network. It is now time for the last panel of the day, in which we will discuss a strategic topic, digital financial services. This area is transforming the way to do business. So I am going to invite a new model. I'm going to give you this microphone. The same dynamics. I am going to invite the participants on stage. And of course, we will have a moderator this time too. We are going to speak now about digital financial services. Amilcar Perea, General Manager of InSwitch and President of the Uruguayan Information and Communication Technologies Chamber, CUTI. Amilcar, welcome. Franco Cinquegrana, Country Manager of BBVA Bank. Delfina Martínez, Head of Technology and Operations, Santander Bank. Also, Pedro Arndt, from the CEO of DE Local. Welcome as well. And Eduardo Mangarelli, who is the Dean of School of Engineering of Art University in Uruguay. Thank you very much. Come and join us, please. We are going to have also the online participation from Brussels. Matthias Levin from the European Commission's Director General, DG FISMA. And to moderate, we are going to invite Andrés Burgi, head of the Uruguayan Eurochamber, to whom I now give the floor. Thank you very much, Burgi. Well, it is the final panel. There has been some desertions, but we are still here between all these people and lunch, so we have little time. But to me, it's a great honor to moderate this panel in Uruguay, of course, and to have the presence of these distinguished experts in the sector, which of course are going to share first-hand insights into how new technologies are reshaping the future of financial services. Our purpose is to offer a cross-regional perspective that Europe and Uruguay, of the steps that they are taking. And of course, we are advancing. Digitalization is advancing at stages that we never thought they would have gone through so quickly. And so, of course, this has meant democratization for everybody. And this has gone quite far away, far beyond. And it's changing, the artificial intelligence is, of course, changing the paradigms and revolutionizing the shape in which the players are taking place, are working in this. So I would like to listen to your reflections on these aspects. The first question that I have over here, we are going to start by Uruguayan perspective. We're going to start by Amilcar, who is the president of CUTI. How do you assess the development of digital financial services in Uruguay, and what role does CUTI plan to play in promoting them? For example, you're part of the FinTech and Financial Technologies Working Group that was created in 2020. Could you share us some more details? Well, thank you very much to the organization who invited me today. So from technology, the use of financial services in the different organizations and industries is vital. And when we think about Uruguay as a connector between technology and life, we do not only think about it in our Uruguayan land. Companies, technological companies, provide services to the world, to Latin America. For example, Pedro, his company is more than 50 countries. My company is present in more than 30 companies, and he who is also an investor, who is a leader, and Edu is also here. So when we think about Uruguay, we think about as a hub of technology for the world. And of course, our experiences, our local experiences, have to be at the same level or at a level that enables this expansion, so that we have, because of the talents that we have here in Uruguay, we are able to become this hub. So from CUTI and together with FinTech and financial technologies is to gather the banking world, so that all these embedded finance services are under roles of different accesses to different financial needs, are really enabled, are available for all citizens, so that they have experiences that are of first level. So we are adapting ourselves to what every country needs and wants to do based on their regulations and based on how far they have, on how they have developed. And this, of course, gives us lots of power to have a dialogue with the central bank and our local players, so that we can implement these good practices. So this space is very proactive in terms of bringing new improvement for citizens. And what you were saying, digital business do not know borders. If we have an English school, an English teaching school, we would not only look for students here only in Uruguay. And if we would like to, we would go and continue looking for teachers and students all around the world. And these students, we need to charge them, and these teachers need to be paid. So all the finances will be global in a very easy way. Thank you very much. We would like to know the opinion of the European Union from the European Commission in Brussels. Matthias, in your role as the Director General for Financial Stability, Financial Services and Capital Markets Union of the European Commission, we would like to know what are the latest developments in the European Union regarding the regulation of digital financial services. We understand that the European Union is moving forward with the implementation of the DORA regulation, which sets operational resilience standards for the financial sector. How do you assess the capacity of financial institutions to comply with these requirements, and what lessons could be useful in terms of managing technological risks?
Well, thank you very much for that question. And, good morning, everybody. From Brussels, very happy to be with you, even though not in person, but that's one beauty of the technology, is that these type of encounters at distance is much easier than it used to be in the past. Resilience is certainly one aspect through which we have looked at the digitalization of the financial sector, but not the only one. We've seen, as you have, the advent of new products, new financial assets, new types of providers, new ways of providing financial services. And this raises a lot of questions about how we regulate that space, how we ensure that we can kind of gain value from the innovation potential and the competition that these new providers and these new assets, new ways of providing services would deliver. So we've been trying to kind of work on that on a broad front, looking at, for example, if there are some assets that fall between the cracks to some extent. I mean, is the way that we regulate traditionally, is it fit for purpose? We came to a conclusion a few years ago that in some areas it was not. And that's, for example, when we started to regulate crypto assets, the MiCA regulation, for example. DORA and the resilience framework that you alluded to is another example where we saw that digitalization brings a lot of kind of reliance on tech companies to the extent that actually you may wonder what would happen to the continuity of financial services. Would there be problems with these tech companies? So that was kind of part of the rationale for DORA, to ensure that financial entities manage these risks well and think about what could happen in case something goes wrong, report on incidents that happen, etc. So that framework, as mentioned, is now being implemented. It is working well. We start seeing a lot of kind of reports, and we're starting to draw the kind of first experiences, but it's still very early days. It's been in place for less than a year, but we will take stock about how it has worked, if it has delivered what it was supposed to deliver. And of course, we'll also now look at the kind of latest function of DORA that will now start to be implemented, which is namely the oversight of the critical third-party providers. So where, in a sense, financial supervisors start having a dialogue also directly with the largest tech companies. And that, I think, will be very interesting to see how that affects in practice. But to cut a long story short, we've tried to look strategically at digital finance, trying to ensure that our rules are fit for purpose, that we enable innovation stemming from digitalization, that we also address risks. And all this, of course, in a European context where we want to ensure that also within a union constituted of 27 member states, that actually digitalization can help overcome long-standing barriers to cross-border service provision, which remain still an issue in Europe. Not, of course, as big as perhaps beyond Europe, and that's also where we're very interested to work further with also key third countries, Uruguay and others, and how we can kind of leverage the innovation and the benefit of digitalization also for kind of cross-border provision of financial services.
Okay, thank you very much, Matías, for sharing your view from the European Union. Volvemos a Uruguay con Franco Cinquegrana.
We come back to Uruguay with Franco Cinquegrana, Country Manager, BBA Uruguay. Congratulations for your new position. We'd like to know what's the opinion of banks with the financial inclusion law. Uruguay has advanced considerably in terms of financial access and digital connectivity. We know that you have advanced in the use of open architectures and connection with external ecosystems. What has been BBA's experience as a European bank operating in Uruguay, and how are you managing risk associated with the digital interconnectivity, especially regarding authentication, data protection, and regulatory compliance? Thank you very much for your congratulations. I'm very happy with my new position. BBA is a European bank with global presence. We have in our DNA the digital transformation. We have made lots of progress in all the markets in which we operate. And this is part of our added value in our services and what has to do with open architectures and others. And we have been able to manage risks because of this. And regarding risks of cybersecurity, it has been key, not only as a tool for the use of data, but also culturally. We have been able to communicate how important it is to manage these risks that were not part of our core previously. Uruguay, because of our particularities, is a market that has embraced technologies. We have a high level of banking. We have high access to data technologies. And our purpose is to share these experiences with other countries. And what has to do with the vision of the client and the main leverage of the bank, it is key for us to simplify things for clients. And it's also relevant for us because we can protect our system. It provides us safety, security. Thank you very much. We will now have the vision of Ana Paula. Sorry. Oh, there was a change of last moment. Sorry. I'm your Delfina, yes. So Santander is a Spanish bank and a major global player in the financial sector. And in terms of digital transformation, how is Santander integrating new technologies, such as artificial intelligence and big data, to enhance the customer experience and improve financial decision-making? Moreover, Santander has developed a robust global digital banking infrastructure that integrates multiple platforms across diverse markets. So how do you ensure interoperability and a consistent customer experience across countries, given the technological, regulatory, and digital maturity differences? Yes, thank you for inviting me. I've been invited in the last minute, but I'm thrilled to be here. And as you might notice by my Spanish accent, I'm Spanish, and I've been here in Uruguay for 1.5 years as responsible of operations. I've been in different countries already. I'm a member of a large group that is present in Europe and in America. But, well, this provides me the possibility of working in what has to do with your global platforms and how do we guarantee that clients have the best experience and are able to operate considering regulations and local industries. Santander has a methodology that is based on the best experience and on the adoption and flexibilization of technologies based on models and layers. We talk internally about standardization being 80-20, 80% global, 20% local. In my case, I have accounts in different countries, and clients are more alike than we sometimes think. Sometimes we think that we are different, but a transfer of money is a transfer of money, and what the customer wants is the money to reach its destination. And so this includes the adapt ways of doing things, because of course we have to consider the industry and the market. I have to recognize that when I came here, the double currency, peso, dollar, drove me crazy. And this is a local gap, but this does not allows us to have despite this, we still can have a global platform. And a good thing about belonging to a European group is that regulation has advanced a lot, and in Europe we have very strict regulations, and when the product then comes here, the standards of this product are very high already in what has to do with cybersecurity and protection data, and these rules are very adaptable to Uruguay or any countries in the region of Latin America. So although there are things that should be modified because there's always a local adaptation, the standards are already very high. And what has to do with the second question, artificial intelligence, of course, is everywhere. Franco knows this very well. I'm sure he's doing it also in his bank. It's impossible not to think about artificial intelligence. Well, there would be no way to survive. So Santander has created a global area that reports directly to presidency. So it's transversal. This area thinks about the data and artificial intelligence. There has been a strong investment, so countries should provide a Miro area in this sense, and this is what we're doing now in Santander here in Uruguay. We have a technological company that provides the service, and from there we have a big area for data, big considering the scale of Uruguay, and there is cross-organization. This area was developed from people, bringing people from different areas, from technologies, from business, because the data and artificial intelligence is not exclusively technological, it belongs to all of us. So in what has to do with artificial intelligence, we have to put things in order, and it is very important to see what's the quality of the data. We cannot have diverse databases appearing, our names, for example, in different ways, in different databases. The customer wants to see his data in a unique way, whatever way he connects, and the money in the account, the amounts in the accounts is also a unique figure. So we need artificial intelligence. We have through it a standardized, or we may have through it a standardized data, and the access to the data should be classified. Not everyone should access the data in the same way. So the access of the data should be done correctly, because the data has to be properly protected. We need to have different agents or pilots that should be within the different offices, because it will help the officer, the person working to provide the service to the customer, and we need them to be also in the digital channels. And we have an advanced model to detect forgery. Cyber forgery, online forgery is very common. The physical forgery is not so common now, whereas the digital forgery is now growing, so we need to use artificial intelligence models to fight this crime. So we need to support ourselves and what has to do with artificial intelligence in order to provide to the client a 24/7 service. It's harder, of course, with a personalized service, but if we have a good quality of data and good quality of systems with good models and processes of artificial intelligence, I believe that we will be able to offer to the client the best service at any time.
Well, thank you very much. Pedro Arndt, who is the CEO of dLocal. It is the first Uruguayan unicorn and the only Uruguayan company listed on the New York Stock Exchange. dLocal is a global payment leader operating in more than 40 countries with a strong presence in Europe. Why has dLocal chosen to expand and establish such a strong footprint in the European Union, which is a highly regulated market? And are there best practices from Europe that you think could serve as useful references for Uruguay? Well, thank you very much for the invitation. The internalization, Amilcar mentioned this. I think every Uruguayan company with a local headquarters, so that we can have an international feature, which had to, yes, of course, work internationally. FinTech usually had a very critical view of the financial sector and the financials. When I look at our business today, I think that the fact that being a financial services that was regulated in the European Union is a great benefit for us. It's the anti-intuitive story that everything works well in Brussels. So if I simplify and if I look at all the infrastructure that we have, if we look at Google, Amazon, and we have a look at all the financial services that they receive, this generates from these clients, from the developed world, an appetite for risk that is relatively high due to the contingencies that they may assume when delegating all the payment system. In some countries, that may be complicated, considered if we look at Uruguay, compared to Uruguay. So the fact that we can concentrate more than our bookings in our entity, in our European entity that is regulated by the European Union with standards like DORA and MiCA, with all the mentions of when we speak about crypto coins, we have a level of security and trust by this global client that makes us a very trustable provider. And that's why most of our clients are located in Europe. So the use of a very strict regulatory framework has empowered us or has helped us to be very successful from Uruguay and leveraging on the guarantees and that are provided by the regulatory framework from Europe. The final panelist, Eduardo, we have mentioned regulation and security, but technological adoption is, of course, crucial. What cultural or technological barriers need to be overcome for digital financial services to be adopted massively in Uruguay? Well, I'm going to connect the angle of the question with the educational component. Today, when we think about cultural events, and Uruguay, of course, has many cultural aspects that are very much related to innovation, speed of innovation, and not necessarily with the speed of innovation that is needed. As we have other strengths, that is not our best strength. If we connect this with all the comments that you have made today, we have many innovations, particularly with artificial intelligence. If we differentiate it from, if we compare it to the ones that we started developing 20 years ago, nowadays, the phenomenon of artificial intelligence makes a change in the paradigm. And this is connected to the cultural events with innovation aspects, and also the skills that are required in terms of knowledge, not only in terms of training or technical training, but also in terms of the knowledge that is needed in companies and organizations, so that all this can be captured and developed according to the technological innovation that is needed nowadays. If I continue to expand on this, nowadays we need to have a re-literacy process that needs to be implemented so that we can have a better productivity of people, but also of a better reshaping of the processes that we have within companies. And I think this is an opportunity for change, for redigitalization based on this artificial intelligence. And based on this, I think that we need to rethink of the different paradigms. We need to think about two dimensions in terms of our financial organization. One is the one that is related to the operational system, conciliation, multiple activities that used to be manual, that need to be done in a more digitalized way, that nowadays technology is enabling us to do this through a good automation, and this needs to have a good impact on our clients. And also the services that are offered to our customers and our users. So we need to rethink, and something that I would like to underline, how from this kind of organizations, how we need to rethink of the experiences that the users may have. For example, the hyper-personalization, also what each customer sees is specifically related to what is based on him, on his characteristics, his patterns of use, and also a change in his or her experience has to do with the model of communication that they would like to use. Summing up, in terms of the capacities of our organizations, I think we have a great opportunity of transformation in terms of internal processes, but also in terms of the experiences and the new paradigms that we have facing our customers.
Thank you very much. So we had a second round that we had planned, but we are running out of time. So I just have a general question to wrap up. What are the challenges for the future? Well, the challenge for us is what will be happening, what has been mentioned, changing the way of thinking of people regarding financial services. So we need to be at the level of the world with our Uruguayan technology. We'd like to be playing in the Champions Leagues for technological aspects. Anyone else wants to give a new challenge? Well, he copied what I wanted to say. So I need to say something else to stress about the importance, and this stresses my connection with this use. So updating the skills of professionals is a big challenge in each one of our organizations. I think that an important part of the transformation of organizations and acceleration of innovations has to do with the skills of our human resources. Very well, we're now closing the panel. Thank you very much for your contributions. Thank you again. Thank you, everyone. So if you could please step to the front of the stage so you can take a group photo. Thank you very much, André Hurgi, for moderating the panel. So this was the last panel about digital financial services. Thank you very much. Very well. So we bid them farewell with a round of applause. Thank you. So we have reached the end of the first day of this 6th European Investment Forum in Uruguay. Remember that tomorrow there is a virtual business roundtable, which will be another opportunity to strengthen even more the bonds between Uruguay and the European Union. And there is more information available in our communication channels. Thank you very much, and see you next time.